see if public, and public. Okay. All right. So we are going to watch the Vlad Putin interview with one Tucker Carlson in like right now. So we're gonna live stream it, just like anything else. And if we get jammed up, you'll know why. Because I told you to fight.
But if they can go to X, right, and still see.
Yeah. If you guys, we're on X as well. So if just look for Vin and Sori on X and you'll find us. All right, so we're gonna do this. Okay, so I'm gonna hit the live option. Okay, you guys are seeing it there. We're over here, and we're just gonna start, guys. No further ado. We're just gonna start. Let's do it.
How long ago did it start?
Wait, no audio from Tucker? Guys, can you hear Tucker? Fuck.
Babe,
What?
this is weird, but could you play it from your phone and just leave your phone over here?
Yeah. You know where my phone is?
No.
Why are you doing this? Hold on, guys.
Do you want me to try to get out there and get your phone?
Guys, I'm gonna get the audio real quick for everybody. Talk to the people.
Yep. Hey guys, I think this should be pretty interesting. And Jupe 80 or you asked if we are pro Tucker or no. Being pro Tucker or against Tucker, I don't think is the most important thing in this. The what we are pro is we are pro giving us the information. And Tucker is the one that's gone over there to get this interview. Most of us have never really heard an interview from Putin. And so there's a lot of stuff that's just kind of left there. And there's a wise proverb that says that when you hear one side of the story, it sounds like the truth until the second person comes along and gives their side. And then usually the truth, you kind of fill this in at the end of the proverb. The truth is sometimes somewhere in the middle. So Tucker is giving us this opportunity to hear from Putin. And so that's why we're interested in hearing what he has to say.
Just page my phone for a second. Well, actually, stay there. Johan.
Yeah. So yeah, it's more about getting the opportunity to, to be honest with you, Tucker's stance on CRT, I was certainly not impressed with, and obviously neither was Vinny. We don't agree with him on everything, and we're not like just blind Tucker followers. Again, like I said, the major thing here is that Tucker is giving us an opportunity to hear from Putin where other people have silenced that voice. And so we want to, we believe that we and you guys have the intelligence to be able to hear something for ourselves and make a call for ourselves without other people doing that for us. When those voices are silenced and we can't hear it, then that's no bueno. Hey, what's up, Kamikaze? Well, I don't know how you want to say it. Dr. Lake. Anyway, so won't this just be more empty threats from Putin? I mean, the plot is pretty thin. He doesn't want NATO on Russia's doorstep. That's about it, isn't it? Well, we don't know, Nick. We won't know until we listen to it. And that's why we're here. So we're
1 minute and 42 seconds.
Yep. So this is a good opportunity.
So you got to pause it every time I pause, okay?
Oh shit, that's right.
So just go to 142.
Vladimir Putin
Here's the time
shot February 6, 2024 at about 7 p.m. in the building behind
Yeah, I'm just kidding. When you're saying 142, you're saying over here, right?
140.
So, yeah.
Second 20 conclusion that the United States
So again, I thought that would put it too far. Here we go, 45. I can do it, babe. You just had to give me a second to, learn how the gauge is working.
There you go. All right, hit play. 1, 2, 3, go.
Russia out of the blue. How did you conclude that?
Turn it up.
It's not that America, the United States, was going to launch a surprise strike on Russia. I didn't say that. Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation?
Here's the quote. Thank you. It's a formidable serious.
Because your basic education is in history as far as I understand.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, I will take only 30 seconds or 1 minute to give you a short reference to history for giving you a little historical background. Let's look where our relationship with Ukraine started from. Where did Ukraine come from? The Russian state started gathering itself as a centralized statehood, and it is considered to be the year of the establishment of the Russian state in 862, when the townspeople of Novgorod invited a Varangian prince, Rurik, from Scandinavia to reign.
Okay, I don't know what this is. He's going into some history. We're getting a historical context. That's good because I don't really know much about that region. We continue.
In 1862, Russia celebrated the 1000th anniversary of its statehood. And in Novgorod, there is a memorial dedicated to the 1000th anniversary of the country. In 882, Rurik's successor, Prince Oleg, who was actually playing the role of regent at Rurik's younger son, because Rurik had died by that time, came to Kiev. He ousted two brothers who apparently had once been members of Rurik's squad. So Russia began to develop with two centers of power, Kiev and Novgorod. The next very significant date in the history of Russia was 988. This was the baptism of Russia, when Prince Vladimir, the great-grandson of Rurik, baptized Russia and adopted Orthodoxy, or Eastern Christianity. From this time, the centralized Russian state began to strengthen. Why? Because of the single territory, integrated economic ties, one and the same language, and, after the baptism of Russia, the same faith and rule of the prince. The centralized Russian state began to take shape. Back in the Middle Ages, Prince Yaroslav the Wise introduced the order of succession to a throne. But after he passed away, it became complicated for various reasons. The throne was passed not directly from father to eldest son, but from the prince who had passed away to his brother, then to his sons in different lines. All this led to the fragmentation and the end of Rus as a single state. There was nothing special about it. The same was happening then in Europe. But the fragmented Russian state became an easy prey to the empire created earlier by Genghis Khan. His successors, namely Batu Khan, came to Rus, plundered and ruined nearly all the cities. The southern part, including Kiev, by the way, and some other cities, simply lost independence, while northern cities preserved some of their sovereignty. They had to pay.
Couldn't we just take the headphones off and play this out loud?
Yes. That's a better idea.
Okay. Because I feel like we're all separated from each other this way.
Yeah. Okay. So, take the headphones. Still can't, they can't hear.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay, pause it. Why
Okay.
would that be?
I don't know. Let's just get it back.
Okay.
Just put
Yep.
put the thing on there, and I'll put on the headset so that
Yep.
it doesn't echo.
Yep.
I don't know why it's doing that,
Yeah.
but Putin's going into more of the history lesson.
So can I ask a question though? Because I
yeah.
was a little bit confused at his history lesson. So he said that what was getting passed and it kind of got bounced from the kids to the kids.
Authority to rule. Can I see that right there?
The headphone?
Yeah, I think he's initially making the case that they're one people, and then we got involved and broke them up or something. Where's the connecting cord for this one? Okay, I got it.
Okay. All right.
All right, so we're going back. Go to the, let's see, the 14 minutes in?
Okay, I am at 5:55.
Give me a second. Where were you at?
5:55. You want me to go back?
No, stay where you are. That's good enough. All right. Wait.
5:55.
5:55? You got 10
5:45.
seconds.
Yeah.
Give me a second, yeah.
I'll play it. Just let me see the thing. I'm watching. Just keep it up on the screen.
51.
To pay tribute to the horde, but they managed to preserve some part of their sovereignty. And then a unified Russian state began to take shape with its center in Moscow. The southern part of Russian lands, including Kiev, began to gradually gravitate towards another magnet, the center that was emerging in Europe. This was the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. It was even called the Lithuanian-Russian Duchy, because Russians were a significant part of this population. They spoke the old Russian language and were Orthodox. But then there was a unification, the union of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland. A few years later, another union was signed, but this time already in the religious sphere. Some of the...
I'm sure this is very important to him. I don't see the point. Like, you just say that you guys have a heritage and you guys are all, fine, but give us a summary and then tell us why you actually invaded this country, bro.
Yeah.
Like, you're killing me. These are Americans. We invented Twinner, okay? 120 words or less.
Right.
Peace became subordinate to the Pope. Thus, these lands became part of the Polish-Lithuanian state. During decades, the Poles were engaged in Polonization of this part of the population. They introduced their language there, tried to entrench the idea that this population was not exactly Russians, that because they lived on the fringe, they were Ukrainians. Originally, the word Ukrainian meant that a person was living on the outskirts of the state, along the fringes, or was engaged in a border patrol service. It didn't mean any particular ethnic group. So the Poles were trying to, in every possible way, to colonize this part of the Russian lands, and actually treated it rather harshly, not to say cruelly. All that led to the fact that this part of the Russian lands began to struggle for their rights. They wrote letters to Warsaw demanding that their rights be observed and people be commissioned here, including to Kiev.
I beg your pardon, could you tell us what period? I'm losing track of where in history we are. The Polish oppression of Ukraine.
19?
It was in the 13th century. Now I will tell you what happened later and give the date.
Okay. BC saying he sounds like Hitler. I don't
Why?
think he sounds like Hitler at all, but
like his voice?
I guess, I don't know. All right, go.
But there is no confusion. And in 1654, even a bit earlier, The people who were in control of the authority over that part of the Russian lands addressed Warsaw, I repeat, demanding that they send them to rulers of Russian origin and Orthodox faith. When Warsaw did not answer them, and in fact rejected their demands, they turned to Moscow, so that Moscow took them away. So that you don't think that I'm inventing things.
We got props.
I'll give you these documents.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're inventing it. I'm not sure why it's relevant to what happened 2 years ago.
But still, these are documents from the archives, copies. Here are the letters from Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the man who then controlled the power in this part of the Russian lands that is now called Ukraine. He wrote to Warsaw demanding that their rights be upheld.
Okay, so the Polish folks, there's some aggression there. I think the point is we're not the only aggressive people in the region. That piece of land has basically been passed back and forth like a soccer ball. Ukrainian doesn't necessarily mean any racial whatever. Okay, like I'm tracking, but can we just
I'm glad that Tucker keeps saying, like, I just don't know why it's relevant.
Why is that relevant?
Yeah.
And after being refused, he began to write letters to Moscow, asking to take them under the strong hand of the Moscow Tsar. There are copies of these documents. I will leave them for your good memory. There is a translation into Russian. You can translate it into English later. Russia would not agree to admit them straight away, assuming that the war with Poland would start. Nevertheless, in 1654, the
Okay, so Jupe is saying he talks like Hitler. He also claimed that Poland was a part of Germany before they attacked Poland. Yeah, but historically, though, they were. I'm talking about Ukraine and Russia. I mean, historically, they were. I mean, there's an entire Russian contingent in the Donbass area, right? I mean, you can't make an analogy to Poland in World War II in that situation. The Hitler thing, to me, is just played out. All right, go.
Russian assembly of top clergy and landowners headed by the Tsar, which was the representative body of the power of the old Russian state, decided to include a part of the old Russian lands into Moscow Kingdom. As expected, the war with Poland began. It lasted 13 years, and then in 1654, a truce was concluded. And 32 years later, I think, a peace treaty with Poland, which they called Eternal Peace, was signed. And these lands, the whole left bank of Dnieper, including Kiev, went to Russia. And the whole right bank of Dnieper remained in Poland. Under the rule of Catherine the Great, Russia reclaimed all of its historical lands, including in the south and west. This all lasted until the revolution. Before World War I, Austrian General Staff relied...
Okay, I like this comment. If anyone ever wonders what a filibuster looks like in a timed interview, this is it. Correct. I mean, I'm an American, so I feel like you're filibustering right now. Like, I don't know their culture. Maybe in their culture you have to go into these minute details about shit. I mean, you're talking about shit from the 15th, 16th century, bruh. We're asking you. It's basically you talk until the time runs out so you can't vote. Like, come on. All right, look at you. Dude's killing me right now.
Wait, hold up.
The ideas of Ukrainianization and started actively promoting the ideas of Ukraine and the Ukrainianization. Their motive was obvious. Just before World War I, they wanted to weaken the potential enemy and secure themselves favorable conditions in the border area. So the idea which had emerged in Poland that people residing in that territory were allegedly not really Russians, but rather belonged to a special ethnic group, Ukrainians, started being propagated by the Austrian General Staff. As far back as the 19th century, fear...
I think what he's saying is it was Western powers that created what we know as Ukraine. Again, Ukraine's getting tossed around like a soccer ball, blah, blah, blah. Kiev was supposed to be Russian, yada, yada, yada. Like, we know there's a genetic and spiritual, hegemony between you two, but that's not why we're doing the interview.
As far back as the 19th century, theorists calling for Ukrainian independence appeared. All those, however, claimed that Ukraine should have a very good relationship with Russia. They insisted on that. After the 1917 revolution, the Bolsheviks sought to restore the statehood and the civil war began, including the...
I'm almost tempted to skip in this thing. I'm not going to, but I am very tempted. Very tempted.
I feel like this is like in the Bible when you're reading the genealogies at the beginning, but there could be something in there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you know all about the genealogies, then it makes more sense. But, like, it just feels like it's a lot of... But I'm like, maybe there's a little token. There's a little something in here.
I think our live is still under the radar, so we're in good shape. But good God. All right, we continue.
The hostilities with Poland. In 1921, peace with Poland was proclaimed, and under that treaty, the right bank of Dnieper River once again was given back to Poland. In 1939, after Poland cooperated with Hitler.
What?
When we're talking about the right bank in Kiev, is that all Ukraine? Like, that's what's going on here? It's just getting, I see what you're saying. It's going back and forth. Okay.
It did collaborate with Hitler.
Well, pause it. This is propaganda. What Putin and Russia has stuffed in their people's mouth for years. I mean, I don't really know how effective this would be. I mean, I'd be checked out after 3 minutes if I was those folks. But again, their culture might be different. They might go through the minutia of these things as a matter of course. I don't know.
No, Hitler offered Poland peace and a treaty of friendship. An alliance demanding in return that Poland give back to Germany the so-called Danzig corridor, which connected the bulk of Germany with East Prussia and Königsberg. After World War I, this territory was transferred to Poland, and instead of Danzig, a city of Dansk emerged. Hitler asked them to give it amicably, but they refused. Of course, still they collaborated with Hitler and engaged together in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia.
May I ask you, you're making the case that Ukraine, certainly parts of Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, is in effect Russia has been for hundreds of years. Why wouldn't you just take it when you became president 24 years ago? You have nuclear weapons, they don't. If it's actually your land, why did you wait so long? Sure.
This seems to me like a softball question from Tucker, because he's basically saying, okay, I'm going to completely validate what you just said, this historical narrative. I don't know enough about the situation, the minutia, the details to know like what he's, you know what I'm saying, to know where the bullshit is.
But
it's just like the NFL. You don't need the refs to fuck up on every call to affect the game. You just need them to fuck up on 2 or 3 important calls, and that changes the whole game. So you got to be careful. A guy like Putin is very intelligent, obviously knows his history. Tucker's response to that is basically, I see what you're saying. You guys were always part of Russia. And he basically just asked him, you have this overwhelming firepower. Why didn't you go in?
24
Which
years
to me
ago.
is a softball question, because then he's going to be able to say, well, I'm not a dictator. I don't want to do that. I'm only going to do it if I'm provoked. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like an underhanded, 5-mile-an-hour pitch, because he's saying, you're so strong. You could have took care of them 24 years ago.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Go.
I'll tell you, I'm coming to that. This briefing is coming to an end. It might be boring, but it explains many things.
I just don't know how it's relevant.
Good. Good. I'm so gratified that you appreciate that. Thank you. So, before World War II, Poland collaborated.
See Tucker smile at him. He said, I'm glad you appreciate it. Thank you. Tucker gave him a nice little smile. Let's go.
It did not yield to Hitler's demands. It still participated in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia together with Hitler, as the Poles had not given the Danzig corridor to Germany and went too far, pushing Hitler to start World War II by attacking them. Why was it Poland against whom the war started on 1st September 1939?
Okay, so I don't know, man. Somebody said about Poland, yes, the Poles, the Czechs, and the other nations fought against the Germans, and I'm pretty sure that Andrew Graham there it is. Andrew Graham gives us a little bit of context here, because remember, he's like, oh, they participated with the Germans in World War II. That may be true, but according to Andrew Graham, Poland was taken over by the Germans by force. The Polish served in the RAF during the war and fought well. So, I mean, they were much smaller. They had almost liquidated all the Jewish people in that country. You know, they're desperate. I could see them having no choice in working with Hitler. So I don't. That's not going to affect me as far as justifications for invading Ukraine, bruh. Wait. There it is. Go.
Poland turned out to be uncompromising, and Hitler had nothing to do but start implementing his plans with Poland. By the way, the USSR, I have read some archive documents, behaved very honestly. It asked Poland's permission to transit its troops through the Polish territory to help Czechoslovakia. But the then Polish foreign minister said that if the Soviet planes flew over Poland, they would be downed over the territory of Poland. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that the war began, and Poland fell prey to the policies it had pursued against Czechoslovakia, as under the well-known Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Part of the territory, including western Ukraine, was to be given to Russia. Thus, Russia, which was then named as USSR, regained its historical lands. After the victory in the Great Patriotic War, as we call World War II, all those territories were ultimately enshrined as belonging to Russia, to the USSR. As for Poland, it received, apparently in compensation, the lands which had...
we were known as a USSR. Yeah, you guys were like slowly colonizing that entire block, bruh. Which is one of the reasons why NATO at that time was necessary. Like, I don't know as much about the details as this dude, but we are 16 minutes into this bitch. And Tucker did ask you about the invasion, bruh. You went on a 15-minute soliloquy, man. Now look, all the people are like, oh, propaganda, blah, blah, blah. This is not effective propaganda to Americans.
No, it's not.
Like, I agree, like he's trying to propagandize us, but it's not this tactic.
It's not effective.
Is not very effective if that's what you're trying to do.
Hardly getting any Americans to stay listening.
Yeah, and then the more you don't answer, the
like,
more
blah,
minutes
blah,
go
blah,
by
blah,
and you don't answer the question. Like, it's like the kids. It's like, did you hit your brother? And then it's like, yo, let me go into this giant explanation about the ancillary circumstances that resulted in that because I'm trying to play Fortnite tonight and not get grounded.
Yep.
God almighty, go.
Originally being German. The eastern parts of Germany. These are now western lands of Poland. Of course, Poland regained access to the Baltic Sea and Danzig, which was once again given its Polish name. So this was how this situation developed. In 1922, when the USSR was being established, the Bolsheviks started building the USSR and established the Soviet Ukraine, which had never existed before. Right. Stalin insisted that those republics be included in the USSR as autonomous entities. For some inexplicable reason, Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, insisted that they be entitled to withdraw from the USSR. And again, for some unknown reasons, he transferred to that newly established Soviet Republic of Ukraine some of the lands together with people living there, even though those lands had never been called Ukraine. And yet, they were made part of that Soviet Republic of Ukraine. Those lands included the Black Sea region, which was received under Catherine the Great, and which had no historical connection with Ukraine whatsoever. Even if we go as far back as 1654, when these lands returned to Russia.
Hold on, guys. What's your time, Cindy? Where you at?
1407.
Why'd you go backwards? We're at 18.
I didn't touch it. I tried to pause it a million times. Maybe I can put it back.
I got it. We're back. 1758. All right, guys, hold on.
When these lands returned to Russian Empire, that territory was the size of 3 to 4 regions of modern.
Hold on, guys.
Sorry, guys.
All right, here we go. All right, keep that open, please. Hit play, go.
Ukraine, with no Black Sea region. That was completely out of the question.
In 1654.
Exactly.
You make this case for the first 22 years as president that Ukraine wasn't a real country.
Да, итак, значит, советская Украина получила.
The Soviet Union was given a great deal of territory that had never belonged to it, including the Black Sea region. At some point, when Russia received them as an outcome of the Russo-Turkish Wars, they were called New Russia or Novorossiya. But that does not matter. What matters is that Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, established Ukraine that way. For decades, the Ukrainian Soviet Republic developed as part of the USSR. And for unknown reasons, again, the Bolsheviks were engaged in...
Yeah, so we're gonna pause periodically. We've been like sliding under the radar, I think, because of what we've been doing with the audio option.
I'm just gonna leave the display on.
So
stop.
Yeah, there you go. So
okay.
We're gonna stop periodically, but just to anybody watching, we're at the 1903 mark. He still hasn't said a word about his role in invading Russia. We've been talking about the 14, 15, 1600s for 20 minutes, Vladimir.
It's a little much.
Go.
Hold on. I'm pulling back up.
Ukrainianization. It was not merely because the Soviet leadership was composed to a great extent of those originating from Ukraine. Rather, it was explained by the general policy of indigenization pursued by the Soviet Union. Same things were done in other Soviet republics. This involved promoting national languages and national cultures, which is not a bad in principle. That is how the Soviet Ukraine was created. After the World War II, Ukraine received, in addition to the lands that had belonged to Poland before the war, part of the lands that had previously belonged to Hungary and Romania. So Romania and Hungary had some of their lands taken away and given to the Soviet Ukraine, and they still remain part of Ukraine. So in this sense, we have every reason to affirm that Ukraine is an artificial state that was shaped at Stalin's will.
Do you believe Hungary has a right to take its back from Ukraine, and that other nations have a right to go back to their 1654 borders?
I'm not sure whether they should go back to the 1654 borders. But given Stalin's time, so-called Stalin's regime, which, as many claim, saw numerous violations of human rights and violations of the rights of other states,
если не говорить о том, что они имеют на это право.
One may say that they could claim back those lands of theirs while having no right to do that. It is at least understandable.
Have you told Viktor Orban that he can have part of Ukraine?
Никогда не говорил.
Never. I have never told him. Not a
20.52. Keep in mind, dear listener, Tucker asked this question right out the gate. He immediately started on the invasion. This interview, for your purposes, is 1:27. 1 hour and 27 minutes. It seems like we're only going to get an hour of an actual discussion relative to the things that are pertinent, relative to the things that we have spent hundreds of billions of our dollars on, et cetera, et cetera. Not to mention all those people that have been killed in this conflict. Like, you killed a lot of people, bro.
Yep.
And I understand the logic, but this shit right here, I want to know the shit that you directly were involved in. All of us know in any national conflict that there is some history, there's beef. I mean, good night.
Yeah.
I can tell you about beefs I had with people in neighborhoods I can't go down anymore, even as a grown man. What does that have to do with anything? If I shot somebody in the hood and I said, let me tell you about David Barksdale and the entire gangster disciple factions and the BDs, and this is why this happened, and this is, and the detective is like, yeah, but you shot him today.
Right.
I don't want to hear about what happened in 1970 with
Sounds
Avon
like
Barksdale.
misdirection. Yeah.
You did it today or 2 years ago. Let's talk about that. You just burned up 20 of our minutes, bro. Damn. Go ahead, hit play.
time.
У нас с ним даже на этот счет не было никаких разговоров. Но мне достоверно.
We have not even had any conversation on that, but I actually know for sure that Hungarians who live there
Они, конечно, хотят вернуться на свою историю.
wanted to get back to their historical land.
Интересную историю. Отвлекусь.
Moreover, I would like to
Who doesn't?
Yeah.
Who doesn't want to get back to their historical land? The thing is, if Hungary was to go in there and kill a bunch of people and take it back, they would be war criminals. Okay? So at some level, we've got to triage our value system. Like, okay, Hungary, you get, quote, your land back, but the cost of you getting that back to me is a price I don't want to pay. So me, I'm good with the lesser evil of you not having your land versus a greater evil of invading these poor people who are barely trying to get by. They have no real air force. So, yeah, obviously, no duh. Like, no duh, we want as much land as possible. Okay, maybe Tucker is just setting dude up. I don't know. Maybe he's rope-a-doping, but this is... I'm disappointed in both ways right now. Like, all my left-wing friends was like, why are you doing this? Blah, blah, blah. He's going to propagandize everybody, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, all right, cool. I want to see the Russian propaganda. Like, I want to see how, see what they do. And this is the best that you can come up with. Shame. Go.
a very interesting story with you. I digress. It's a personal one. Somewhere in the early 80s, I went on a road trip in a car from then Leningrad across the Soviet Union through Kiev. Made a stop in Kiev and then went to Western Ukraine.
Hey, the homie went on a road trip in a car. Who'd have thought? We thought you went for a road trip on foot, my guy.
You saw the way Tucker looked at the camera when he started his personal story? He's like,
SubhanAllah.
Really?
God.
I went to the town of Beregovoye, and all the names of towns and villages there were in Russian and in the language I did not understand, in Hungarian, in Russian and in Hungarian, not in Ukrainian, in Russian and in Hungarian. I was driving through some kind of village, and there were men sitting next to the houses, and they were wearing black three-piece suits and cylinder hats.
What's the time?
I asked, are they some kind of entertainers? I was told, no, they were not entertainers. They're Hungarians. I said, are they doing here? What do you mean? This is their land. They live here. This was during this.
Okay. I forgot Tucker's question already. Correct. Correct, Kamikaze. At this point, Tucker has asked one question, which was, why did you invade Ukraine? Now, a 5-minute little historical context setup, I'm fine. But
I'd answer the question.
Come on, bruh.
time in the 1980s, they preserved the Hungarian language, Hungarian names, and all their national costumes. They are Hungarians and they feel themselves to be Hungarians. And of course, when now there is an infringement.
Well, that is, and there's a lot of that, though. I think many nations are upset about Transylvania as well, as you obviously know. But many nations feel frustrated.
Seemed like it did it skip
Hit
ahead?
play, hit play, hit play.
Redrawn borders of the wars of the 20th century and wars going back 1,000 years, the ones that you mentioned. But the fact is that you didn't make this case in public until 2 years ago, February. And in the case that you made, which I read today, you explain at great length that you felt a physical threat from the West in NATO, including potentially a nuclear threat, and that's what got you to move. Is that a fair characterization of what you said?
Я понимаю, что
Hit play.
поскольку мои
Да.
длинные
Okay, I'll give Tucker a little bit of credit for that, but we're at the 23:13 mark. What's fascinating is the no, Tucker asked him two questions. First, he asked, "Why'd you invade?" And then the second is he interrupted in the soliloquy and said, "Well, if all that shit's the case, why did you wait 24 years to invade these people?" He's still talking. Tucker says, "Okay, you said you had a nuclear threat or something like that. Is that the reason you initially violated international law and invaded those people?" You didn't say it that way, but you get the point. And this is a response like, how'd that happen? Go.
диалоги, они
I understand that my long speeches probably fall outside of the genre of the interview. That is why I asked you.
Yeah, it did. And you were in the KGB, for goodness sake. You should be able to read people, especially American people. You should know that this shit ain't gonna, somebody said it'll resonate with the MAGA people. I don't think so, bruh.
It is making you wonder if this is his plan to waste the minutes. Because how does this help him?
Well, he had to agree to the interview at some point. I mean, I don't know. We continue. Go.
Beginning. Are we going to have a serious talk or a show? You said a serious talk. So bear with me, please. We're coming to the point where the Soviet Ukraine was established. Then, in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed. And everything that Russia had generously bestowed on Ukraine was dragged away by the latter.
Generously bestowed. Everything we generally bestowed upon Ukraine was ungrateful Ukrainians. Now, anybody that knows me knows that I'm not one of these Ukrainian, I'm going to put a Ukrainian flag. Like, I got serious problems with the hundreds of billions of dollars we sent to them people.
Yep.
But
so do I.
What is it's like
on?
They're ungrateful. This to me, honestly, like, it's partly funny, but it's kind of not, because this is kind of the same tactic the Israelis use. They'll go back in history and then they'll say there's no such thing as a Palestinian state. There's no such thing as Palestinian people. Blah, 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 blah. It's like literally the same playbook. Although they're like, obviously the Israelis operate in a more dehumanizing way than these folks, but still, we continue.
I'm coming to a very important point of today's agenda.
Thank you.
After all, the collapse of the Soviet Union was effectively initiated by the Russian leadership. I do not understand what the Russian leadership was guided by at the time, but I suspect there were several reasons to think everything would be fine.
во-первых, я думаю, что руководство России исходило из того, что
First, I think that then Russian leadership believed that the fundamentals of the relationship between Russia and Ukraine were, in fact, a common language. More than 90% of the population.
24 minutes and 24 seconds, bruh. I would have skipped over all this, guys, to be honest with you, but I feel like there's going to be a detail or two.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
So,
I keep hoping that there's going to be something, but
yeah.
my ADD feels like it's kicking in.
I don't know if we might have got jammed up. I don't think so though. Can you guys still see us?
22 if you can still see us.
All right, go.
spoke Russian.
У каждого третьего какие-то родственные связи.
Family ties. Every third person there had some kind of family or friendship ties. Common culture, common history. Finally, common faith, coexistence with a single state for centuries.
Go.
And deeply interconnected economies.
Экономика очень сильно взаимосвязана.
All of these were so fundamental. All these elements together make our good relationships inevitable.
Я хочу, чтобы вы, как американские гражданины, чтобы
The second point is a very important one.
прежнее российское руководство...
I want you, as an American citizen, and your viewers to hear about this as well.
Больше никаких разделителей.
The former Russian leadership assumed that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist, and therefore there were no longer any ideological dividing lines.
Инициативно пошла даже на Советского Союза.
Russia even agreed voluntarily and proactively to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and believed that this would be understood by the so-called civilized West as an invitation for cooperation and association.
Okay, so now he's making the case that we kept them out of the global community, where he's saying the USSR itself, Russia itself, we decided to end the USSR. We generously gave these people all this land. And now the Americans, even after the USSR dissolved, the Americans continued their aggression. That part is true. NATO should have been dissolved right after the USSR shut down. Noam Chomsky said it. Please miss me with the other stuff. That's a fact. Okay? When he's filibustering or whatever it is, I'm going to call him on it. But it is true what he's saying. It is true. We continue.
It's what Russia was expecting, both from the United States and the so-called collective West as a whole. There were smart people, including in Germany, Egon Bahr, a major politician of the Social Democratic Party, who insisted in his personal conversations with the Soviet leadership on the brink of the collapse of the Soviet Union that a new security system should be established in Europe. Help should be given to unify Germany, but a new system should be also established to include the United States, Canada, Russia, and other Central European countries. Yes, but NATO needs not to expand. That's what he said. If NATO expands, everything would be just the same as during the Cold War, only closer to Russia's borders.
So this is relevant. We expanded NATO well outside of the Cold War because the USSR collapsed. That is true. It's true. Boris Yeltsin talked about it. Everybody talked about it. You guys said we were not going to move an inch westward. Then the USSR collapsed, they surrendered, and we moved inches westward, right to their border in Ukraine. That factually happened.
Right.
But to me, again, this is horrible propaganda. Because if you would have started right there with the Soviet Union and NATO and saying, you guys kept expanding, you put that shit on our border, what happened with the Americans with the Bay of Pigs stuff when we started giving those guys weapons that could be launched and hit our country? We almost started World War III. That would have been a way more powerful. Now, he's talking about the NATO stuff, which is a lot more immediate and approximate to their situation. But because it's been stuffed under 26 minutes and 33 seconds of the history lesson, even that point, which is good, is terrible.
Yeah.
Like, I'm actually surprised at how unartful and unskilled this attempt at appealing to Americans is from this guy. I mean, and the amount of money that Tucker's going to make just sitting on his ass and smiling and nodding, okay? Like, we're on his website right now. There's a reason he's got an entire army of folks to shut down people's streams. Inshallah,
Don't
we
you
can
think
keep
this
going.
says something, too, that, like, he really doesn't care? I mean, we've given him a lot of money. Oh, no, we've given it to the Ukrainians. But you'd think that he would know, like, what was going on with us, so that way he could speak to us to say, hey, this isn't right. But it doesn't seem like he's put in any time to understand how to speak to us.
I disagree. I disagree about your guys' NATO take. Of course, you can sovereignly decide to join any country you want or any alliance you want, but you can't control the response of the people who feel threatened by that, because those people are independent nations too, and they make their own decisions as well. Mm-hmm. So if we're going to play that game and say, hey, yeah, I mean, I know we expanded NATO and we bought all these horrible weapons of mass destruction right to your border. Okay, well, if that's the case and we're going to say that nations are independent, they can make those decisions, then the Russians can make the decision to defend themselves. We continue.
That's all. He was a wise old man, but no one listened to him. In fact, he got angry once. If, he said, you don't listen to me, I'm never setting my foot in Moscow once again. Everything happened just as he had said.
Yeah, well, of course, it did come true, and you've mentioned this many times. I think it's a fair point, and many in America thought that relations between Russia and the United States would be fine with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War. That the opposite happened, but you've never explained why you think that happened, except to say that the.
Okay, Ken, this is to me like the American exceptionalism and hypocrisy. Russia still has nukes and wouldn't get rid of them. This NATO lives. So then what should all the other countries on the planet do with us? Because we've got all these nukes too. Mm-hmm. It's okay for us to have nukes, but the Iranians can't have them. The Russians can't have them. You know, the Russians have never dropped a nuclear bomb on anybody. You know, there's only one nation that has dropped not one, but 2 nuclear bombs on people. So if that's the reason we're going to marginalize and punish all of Russia, then wait a second.
2716.
Listen, as soon as I look at you, you got to do that. Stay right there.
Fears a strong Russia.
Right, go.
We have a strong China. The West does not seem very afraid of. What about?
What do you mean we have a strong China that we're not afraid of? What are you talking about? What are you? The right wingers? I told you guys last year China is the next war. Absolutely, people are talking about China. Mm-hmm. Absolutely, it's in the zeitgeist. Mm-hmm. I don't know what he's talking about. All right, we continue.
Do you think convinced policymakers they had to take it down?
Запад боится сильного Китая больше, чем сильной России.
The West is afraid of strong China more than it fears a strong Russia. Because Russia has 150 million people and China has 1.5 billion population. And its economy is growing by leaps and bounds, over 5% a year. It used to be even more. But that's enough for China. As Bismarck once put it, potentials are the most important. China's potential is enormous. It is the biggest economy in the world today in terms of purchasing power parity and the size of the...
Okay, Silas says, say what you want about U.S. hypocrisy, but American hegemony is a reason we haven't all been reduced to clouds of radioactive dust by now. What are you talking about, bruh? How could you possibly make such an assertion? That seems to me a member of an empire who has the self-awareness to know that he or she has benefited from said empire and needs some justification for the cognitive dissonance. I'm sorry, that's a crazy answer to me. We continue.
It has already overtaken the United States quite a long time ago, and it is growing at a rapid clip. Let's not talk about who is afraid of whom. Let's not reason in such terms. And let's get into the fact that after 1991, when Russia expected that it would be welcomed into the brotherly family of civilized nations, nothing like this happened. You tricked us. I don't mean you personally.
It's true. You know, it's like in the hood. You know, you set it on somebody about to fight. Dude pulls out his box cutter, be like, yo, you a hoe. You want to fight me with a box cutter, man? You whack as hell. The guy puts down the box cutter, and then you take out your 9 and put him on the ground. That's what we did. We told them, Russians, stop expanding all this communist shit. We don't like this communist bullshit, blah, 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 blah. We're going to fuck up your economy. We're going to sanction you. We're going to do all types of crazy shit. Finally, the Russians, surrendered. All right, I think it was Yeltsin or Gorbachev. I'm not sure. I think it was Gorbachev. Might have been Yeltsin. I don't know. One of the two. I remember when it happened. So they did that. and then we said, thank you very much. We're now the lone superpower in the world. And then we went trudging around and expanding NATO and threatening these people on a daily basis. We continue.
When I say you, of course, I'm talking about the United States. The promise was that NATO would not expand eastward, but it happened 5 times. There were 5 waves of expansion.
That's right.
We tolerated all that. We were trying to persuade.
We talked about this. Noam Chomsky talked about this. John Hirschmeyer talked about this. We told Yeltsin, yada, 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 DR, blah, 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 and we will not move 1 inch eastward. I said northern before I get to correct myself. That was the quote. We're not going to move 1 inch eastward. That was a lie. We moved a lot of places eastwards.
5 times we did that?
Yeah, what do you mean?
We were saying, please don't. We are as bourgeois now as you are. We are market economy and there's no communist party power. Let's negotiate. Moreover, I have also said this publicly before. There was a moment when a certain rift started brewing.
Okay. I love the participation, guys. Kraviga says, Russia was also in a partnership for peace with programs like NATO. Russia voiced its aspiration to join NATO, but then it started occupying the territories of other countries and attacked Georgia in 2008. So when we invaded Iraq in 2004, illegally, did we get bounced out of NATO? Or is it we run NATO? They're one of our military. They're our military wing in Eastern Europe, so that we can keep check on the Russians, so they can never get back to their former glory. I think that's probably more of a motive than the other thing. What do you guys think? All right, we continue.
Before that, Yeltsin came to the United States. Remember, he spoke in Congress and said the good words. God bless America. Everything he said were signals. Let us in. Remember the developments in Yugoslavia before the Yeltsin was lavished with praise? As soon as the developments in Yugoslavia started, he raised his voice in support of Serbs, and we couldn't but raise our voices for Serbs in their defense. I understand that there were complex processes underway there. I do. But Russia could not help raising its voice in support of Serbs, because Serbs are also a special and close to us nation.
Yeah, I got to disagree with you there,
It's a nation that has suffered so much.
I know for a fact that they were one of the arms on the asset selection list relative to the Arab Spring and all that shit that we were planning on. Do you know that operation with headed up by Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and all the rest of it? The Arab Spring, we went around and tried to reorient ISIS and make Bashar al-Assad a lot more powerful and dangerous and shit. So I disagree with that as well. We continue.
For generations. Well, regardless, what is important is that Yeltsin expressed his support. What did the United States do? In violation of international law and the UN Charter, it started bombing Belgrade. It was the United States that let the genie out of the bottle. Moreover, when Russia...
Okay.
Stay right there. Stay right there.
Yeah. I think we were pretty lined up.
It was the United States that let the genie out of the bottle. Wait.
3004.
Wait.
Yep.
Go.
Then expressed its resentment. What was said? The UN Charter and international law have become obsolete. Now everyone invokes international law, but at that time they started saying that everything was outdated. Everything had to be...
Okay. All right. The U.S. violated international law. We kept you guys out of NATO. I agree. We did. We're horrible people. But just as your invasion of Ukraine doesn't justify our invasion of Iraq and all the shit that we've done to violate international law doesn't mean that you're not a war criminal. Mm-hmm. It means that both of us at minimum are war criminals.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have to make the case that what you did was an act of preemptive self-defense, okay? And I do believe there are times for preemptive self-defense. But like I said, guys, everybody was worried about the propaganda. I mean, come on, man. Do you think any MAGA person is watching this interview and is like, I'm going to buy a Russian flag today? Come on, man. Like, this shit is ridiculous. We continue.
Indeed, some things need to be changed, as the balance of power has changed. It's true, but not in this manner. Yeltsin was immediately dragged through the mud, accused of alcoholism, of understanding nothing, of knowing.
Before the invasion of Iraq, you got approval from most of the countries, United Nations, including Russia. Look, when we sent in those last weapons inspectors, the UN said it's inconclusive, and we shouldn't do that with these people. Secondly, what do you mean we did not occupy Iraq? Dear listener, if you go into a country, assassinate the head of state, leave the entire thing in absolute shambles, and then you set up your own little puppet government, you're occupying that place.
Then define occupy.
God. Go.
He understood everything, I assure you. Well, I became president in 2000. I thought, okay, the Yugoslav issue is over, but we should try to restore relations. Let's reopen the door that Russia had tried to go through. And moreover, I said it publicly, I can reiterate. At a meeting here in the Kremlin with the outgoing President Bill Clinton, right here in the next room, I said to him, I asked him, Bill, do you think if Russia asked to join NATO, do you think it would happen? Suddenly he said, you know, it's interesting. I think so.
Okay, so Clinton told Putin.
Yeah, do you think that
Clinton told Putin, do you think they'll let us in now that we try to piece it up with y'all? And Bill said, what did he say? That's interesting. I think Bill was a little bit preoccupied. No. I think Bill was a little bit preoccupied at the time, if you guys know what I'm saying. Shout out to Mr. Clinton. Wait, stay. Go.
But in the evening, when we met for dinner, he said, you know, I've talked to my team. No, it's not possible now. You can ask him. I think he will watch our interview. He'll confirm it. I wouldn't have said anything like that if it hadn't happened. Okay.
Were you sincere?
It's impossible now.
Would you have joined NATO?
Look, I asked the question, is it possible or not? And the answer I got was no. If I was insincere in my desire to find out what the leadership position was...
But if he had said yes, would you have joined NATO?
If he had said yes, the process of rapprochement would have commenced, and eventually it might have happened if we had seen some sincere wish on the other side of our partners. But it didn't happen. Well, no means no. Okay, fine.
Why do you think that is? Just to get to motive. I know you're clearly bitter about it. I understand. But why do you think the West rebuffed you then? Why the hostility? Why did the end of the Cold War not fix the relationship? What motivates this from your point of view?
Just let me do.
You said I was bitter about the answer. No, it's not bitterness.
Bring up the mic.
It's just a statement of fact. We're not bride and groom.
Okay. 33:45. All right, guys, hold on. Let me just catch everybody up. This is Putin talking about how he felt, his feelings because he said no, and he's saying, "Would you have done it? Would you have gone along with it?" All right.
Do you want me to put the headphone in so I can be more exact?
No, you're good. Go.
Bitterness, resentment. It's not about those kind of matters in such circumstances. We just realized we weren't welcome there, that's all. Okay, fine. But let's build relations in another manner. Let's look for common ground elsewhere. Why we received such a negative response, you should ask your leaders. I can only guess why. Too big a country with its own opinion and so on.
I got to tell you guys, when I first heard that Putin wanted to join NATO, I laughed. I thought it was, a joke. And the guy goes, "No, Vin, seriously, he tried." And I'm like, "Get out of here." Sure enough, he tried. I don't think a lot of Americans know that.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of Americans know that. I don't think a lot of Americans understand NATO and how it's been used, especially in the last, let's say, decade, with their attachments to intelligence. Anyway, all right, that's a good point. he did try to join NATO. We were the ones, because we control NATO, we were the ones that said, nah, bro, you can't play. All right. Okay.
Oh, look.
What?
Suspended for policy, RIP.
I took it down. You said,
Tucker took it down. I knew he was embarrassed.
Hold on. He finally found us, you son of a bitch. He got us. Hold on, guys. We're still alive, I think. Let's see.
Metal Angel. Oh my God.
Huh?
Metal Angel.
The stream broke off with, I gotta tell you guys. Oh, shit. Was that it? Oh, look, we're still up. We're still up. All right. Hey, can you guys see me? Can you see? Okay.
Wait, can you guys see us?
Right.
Type 22 if you can see us.
Here's what I'm going to do, guys. Here's what I'm going to do. It's not ideal, but here's what I'm going to do. I am going to take off the video, and we're just going to listen to the audio. Okay? And I think that'll be better for us, okay? So let's just do the audio. We'll keep it moving. All right, so we're going to hit that, and hopefully Tucker doesn't destroy our channel, because if we get hit again, it's going to be a community guideline strike, and that's going to hurt the channel, but that's okay. All right, we're hitting play. Let's go.
In the United States, I've seen how issues are being resolved in NATO. I will give you another example now concerning Ukraine. The U.S. leadership exerts pressure, and all NATO members obediently vote, even if they do not like something. Now, I'll tell you what happened in this regard with Ukraine in 2008, although it's being discussed. I'm not going to open a secret to you, say anything new. Nevertheless, after that we tried to build relations in different ways. For example, the events in the Middle East, in Iraq. We were building relations with the United States in a very soft, prudent, cautious manner. I repeatedly raised the issue that the United States should not support separatism or terrorism in the North Caucasus. But they continue to do it anyway. And political support, information support, financial support, even military support came from the United States and its satellites for terrorist groups in the Caucasus. I once raised this issue with my colleague, also the President of the United States. He says, "It's impossible. Do you have proof?" I said, "Yes." I was prepared for this conversation, and I gave him that proof. He looked at it, and you know what he said? "I apologize, but that's what happened." I'll quote. He says, "Well, I'm gonna kick their ass." We waited and waited for some response. There was no reply. I said to the FSB director, "Write to the CIA, what is the result of the conversation with President?" He wrote once, twice, and then we got a reply. We have the answer in the archive. The CIA replied, "We have been working with the opposition in Russia. We believe that this is the right thing to do, and we will keep on doing it." Just ridiculous. Well, okay. We realized that it was out of the question.
Forces in opposition to you. So you're saying the CIA is trying to overthrow your government?
Ну, конечно, имелось в виду в данном
Of
случае.
course, they meant in that particular case the separatists, the terrorists who fought with us in the Caucasus.
Называли.
That's who they called the opposition.
Это вот второй момент.
This is the second point. The third moment is a very important one. Is the moment when the U.S. missile defense system was created.
I remember this.
You do?
This is the whole Star Wars thing with Bush, where Putin was like, "What are y'all doing? That's the end of mutually assured destruction," because we had this. It was floating around that we had this tech that could intercept nuclear, ICBMs and all the rest of it,
Okay.
and so it was like, well, one of the ways we got over the Cold War supposedly was the doctrine of mutually assured destruction.
Right.
But if we have a defense like that, there's no more of that doctrine anymore.
Exactly.
So I remember exactly that happened. And we continue.
Wait, hold up. Before that, he was saying, what was this conversation that happened where he had to keep going back to try to get an answer? We're going to kick their ass. Like, what was that?
I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was a terrorist group one time that took over a theater. And the tier 1 group over there in Russia, they came up with the idea to gas everybody, basically put them under.
Okay.
And then just go in there, but they OD'd, and some of the hostages themselves died. Yeah,
Okay.
and after that, Putin went crazy. So he had some Islamic fighters going up against him, a little internal squabble. So that's what he was talking about. We continue.
Beginning. We persuaded for a long time not to do it in the United States. Moreover, after was invited by Bush Jr.'s father, Bush Sr., to visit his place on the ocean, I had a very serious conversation with President Bush and his team. I proposed that the United States, Russia, and Europe jointly create a missile defense system that we believe, if created unilaterally, threatens our security, despite the fact that the United States officially said that it was being created against missile threats from Iran. That was the justification for the deployment of the missile defense system.
Saying he's worried about.
I suggested working together, Russia, the United States, and Europe. They said it was very interesting. They asked me, "Are you serious?" I said, "Absolutely."
Let me ask, what year was this?
I don't remember. It is easy to find out on the internet. When I was in the USA at the invitation.
It's just not true.
Wait, what's not true?
The reason NATO continued after the collapse of the USSR is because Russia started to threaten its neighbors with attack, and those countries bordered and joined NATO to discourage invasions. It's just not real. Who did Boris Yeltsin and Gorbachev invade in 1991, 92, 93? Who did they invade and who did they threaten? Worse than Americans. We told those people we weren't going an inch eastward. We lied to them.
Mm-hmm.
Then we brought weapons right to their border.
Yeah.
None of us would care if the Cubans all decided that they were going to house ICBMs in their little island. If 100% of them voted and 100% of them said yes, our Air Force would take that shit out immediately.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we would never accept that.
Because it's a threat to our national security. We continue.
Bush Sr. It is even easier to learn from someone I'm going to tell you about. I was told it was very interesting. I said, just imagine if we could tackle such a global strategic security challenge together. The world will change. We'll probably have disputes, probably economic.
Okay. What's the timestamp? It's 37 minutes, dear listener. Keep in mind, the invasion happened 2 years ago. We've been in the 1500s. We've been in the 1600s, 1700s. We're now in 1990. Now, some of us were born at this point. Some of us were born at this point. So that's good. Our audience.
We're getting closer. It's getting warmer.
It's an hour-and-a-half interview, dear listener. And here we go. We continue.
And even political ones. But we could drastically change the situation in the world. He says yes, and asks, "Are you serious?" I said, "Of course. We need to think about it," I'm told. I said, "Go ahead, please." Then Secretary of Defense Gates, former director of CIA, and Secretary of State Rice came in.
Lambie, that's just not true. It's just not true. Just like we have borders in the sky, you have airspace and things like that where it's cordoned off. The same things are true for the United States. If there was a Russian submarine in and around where Cuba was, distance-wise from America, we would put that shit at the bottom of the sea, and then we'd probably bomb the shit out of those guys.
Didn't we? Wasn't there like just a drone that kind of came up in our area? We went crazy?
Well, yeah, we sent a spy drone over to the Iranians.
Oh, shit, that's
they
right.
shot it down,
and we went crazy.
And CNN, MSNBC, etc. were saying that Trump should have attacked Iran, but because Iran has an alliance with Russia, Putin told him to not attack Iran, and so that's why he didn't attack Iran. Like, these people are insane. The Russia shit is insane. We continue.
Here, in this cabinet, Right here at this table, they sat on this table. Me, the foreign minister, the Russian defense minister on that side. They said to me, yes, we have thought about it. We agree. I said, thank God, great. But with some exceptions.
So twice you've described U.S. presidents making decisions and then being undercut by their agency heads. So it sounds like you're describing a system that's not run by the people who were elected in your telling.
Именно так.
That's right. That's right. In the end, they just told us to get lost. I'm not going to tell you the details.
Okay. Again, I think this is important information. I think most Americans did not know this. But you buried that shit in the midst of the... I mean, we're at this is very important. This is such an important point. We're at the 38, 35-minute mark. Such an important point. Such a salient point.
Is this saying there's an hour and a half left?
No.
Okay.
It might be. I don't know.
I think it's saying there's an hour and a half left, so we might still have time.
Yeah, we might still have time, guys. to continue.
Because I think it's incorrect. After all, it was confidential conversation. But our proposal was declined. That's a fact. It was right then when I said, look, but then we will be forced to take countermeasures. We will create such strike systems that will certainly overcome missile defense systems. The answer was, we're not doing this against you, and you do what you want, assuming that it is not against us, not against the United States. I said, okay, very well. That's the way it went. And we created hypersonic...
Wow.
I mean, the American people need to know that. We've been fucking with these people for a very long time, and they're always in a position of weakness relative to us. Mm-hmm. So we're the aggressors. We're the aggressors in this situation, and what's happening with Putin is some official head of state actually stood up to us, because no official head of state really stands up to us. Bin Laden was not an official head of state. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi was not an official head of state. Okay, that's just asymmetrical warfare, blah, 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 blah. But this shit right here...
systems with intercontinental range, and we continue to develop them. We are now ahead of everyone, the United States and the other countries, in terms of the...
No, you're not. You're not ahead of us. Not even close. And considering what you did with Ukraine, if you had it like that, I feel like all of us would be speaking Russian right now. Just a hunch. And look, I wouldn't... Just on a pure logical basis, it makes complete sense why these people felt threatened, and it makes complete sense that they are looking at this as an act of self-defense. Mm-hmm. I just have no idea why he's not sticking to the main issue, because I don't see how this is helping him. This is such bad propaganda.
Of hypersonic strike systems, and we are improving them every day. But it wasn't us. We proposed to go the other way, and we were pushed back. Now, about NATO's expansion to the east. Well, we were promised no NATO to the east, not an inch to the east, as we were told. And then what? They said, well, it's not enshrined on paper, so we'll expand.
Wow.
So there were 5 waves of...
Correct.
Yes,
so I had a friend said, well, we weren't going to expand, but then they started getting aggressive, so we expanded. That's not what happened. We did not use that as a justification for expanding NATO. What we said was, hey, we didn't sign on the dotted line, so it is what it is.
That's why he used the words enshrined on paper like that. Yeah.
Seduct.
The Baltic states, the whole of Eastern Europe, and so on. And now I come to the main thing. They have come to the Ukraine, ultimately. In 2008, at the summit in Bucharest, they declared that the doors for Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO were open. Now about how decisions are made there. Germany, France seem to be against it, as well as some other European countries. But then, as it turned out later, President Bush, and he's such a tough guy, a tough politician, as I was told later, he exerted pressure.
Wait, hold on. What did he say?
But then, as it turned out later, President Bush, and he's such a tough guy, a tough politician, as I was told later, he exerted pressure on us, and we had to agree. It's ridiculous. It's like kindergarten. Where are the guarantees? What kindergarten is this? What kind of people are these? Who are they? You see, they were pressed, they agreed. And then they say, Ukraine won't be in the NATO, you know? I say, I don't know. I know you agreed in 2008. Why won't you agree in the future? Well, they pressed us then. I say, why won't they press you tomorrow? And you'll agree again. Well, it's nonsensical. Who's there to talk to? I just don't understand. We're ready to talk. But with whom? Where are the guarantees? None. So they started to do...
Okay. We told them we were not going to move eastward. And then and then here's what happened. The Ukrainians started signaling. They voted to change their constitution and all that to get into NATO. So they started signaling that they were going to get into NATO. And we always had it in our mind that we were never going to put them in NATO. But we never came out and publicly stated it's definitively not going to happen. So that the Russians were always like, what the fuck is going on? They were always in an unstable situation because we started playing games with them. Please keep in mind, dear listener, Ukraine being a NATO nation means that American weaponry, which is, we're at the height of technological advancement. We've got shit you can't even believe. All of that shit. Matter of fact, Google Ukraine experimental U.S. weapons. Google that. I don't want to go off on a tangent. You just go ahead and Google that and look for yourself. My point is, Americans need to see that the role that we've played the role of antagonists. We've played roles as trolls. We have dangled a threat around these people and put this guy in an impossible situation. Go ahead.
The role that we have not played is peacemaker, that's for sure.
We continue.
The territory of Ukraine. Whatever is there, I have told you the background, how this territory developed, what kind of relations there were with Russia. Every second or third person there has always had some ties with Russia. And during the elections in already independent, sovereign Ukraine, which gained its independence as a result of the Declaration of Independence. And by the way, it says that Ukraine is a neutral state, and in 2008, suddenly the doors or gates to NATO were open to it. Oh, come on. This is...
Okay, so if Ukraine remained neutral, no problem. But again, we started flirting with putting them in there. Even though we had no intention, we did it to instigate this very conflict.
Yep, that's right.
How we agreed. Now, all the presidents that have come to power in Ukraine, they've relied on electorate with a good attitude to Russia in one way or the other. This is the southeast of Ukraine. This is a large number of people. And it was very difficult to dissuade this electorate, which had a positive attitude towards Russia. Viktor Yanukovych came to power, and how? The first time he won after President Kuchma, they organized a third round, which is not provided for in the constitution of Ukraine. This is a coup d'etat.
It's true. You know what's fascinating to me is all the people that I think rightly accuse Trump of an attempted insurrection attempt or whatnot. They can see an insurrection attempt there.
Yeah.
But they can't see
what's going on
us meddling, us causing that insanity almost a decade ago now, where you had right sector and all these other Nazis going out there wrecking shop. You guys can look at the Middle American video, Ukraine on Fire. He's absolutely right here as to the role we played. We instigated this conflict, and you've got to understand that. NATO is a hostile military alliance. John Hirschmeyer, who predicted this very eventuality, said 20 years ago, if we do not stop this, we're going to force this dude to invade. None of you know.
Oh, wow.
Look, this dude Hirschmeyer has forgotten more about Russian history than all of us know combined times a million. It's a fact. We've got to be objective here. The first half of this interview was complete bullshit. This chunk is very important where you're cataloging Americans interfering and fomenting war and fomenting a conflict when we easily could have been the peacemaker on multitude of occasions. We could have brought them into NATO.
Yep.
Hell, we could have brought them into NATO in a probationary period. We say, look, you're going to have a decade in NATO.
Yep.
If you do any of that invasion shit, then you're out, and then we're going
Yeah.
to go fuck you. There's a lot of things we could have done. And our country did not do that. And my only thing is, look, I'm not going to sit there and feel guilty as an American. I don't walk around guilty because I'm an American. But we have to be wise. Our foreign policy decisions cost people their lives. So we have to be an informed public. We continue.
And we're a democracy, so we vote these people in, and they make those decisions, but they represent us. So we're responsible for the decisions that our government makes. And a lot of people died off this.
No one in the United States wouldn't like the outcome.
In 2014.
Before that. No, this was before that. After President Kuchma, Viktor Yanukovych won the elections. However, his opponents did not recognize that victory. The U.S. supported the opposition, and the third round was scheduled. What is this? This is a coup. The U.S. supported it, and the winner of the third round came to power. Imagine if in the U.S. something was not to some.
All election interference. Putin deployed a couple of Russian agents to put up a memes and shit on Twitter. So that cost us hundreds of millions of dollars, investigations, us blackballing all of our Russian neighbors.
Jeez.
To this day, I'm still hearing people say, they never said anything good about Russia. They just didn't say anything bad about Russia. If you're from Russia, you're supposed to say good shit about Russia. You're a Russian. This is insane.
Liking, and the third round of election, which the U.S. Constitution does not provide for, was organized. Nonetheless, it was done in Ukraine. Okay, Viktor Yushchenko, who was considered a pro-Western politician, came to power. Fine, we have built relations with him as well. He came to Moscow with visits. We visited Kiev. I visited too. We met in an informal setting. If he's pro-Western, so be it. It's fine. Let people do their job. The situation should have developed inside independent Ukraine itself. As a result of Kuchma's leadership, things got worse and Viktor Yanukovych came to power after all. Maybe he wasn't the best president and politician. I don't know. I don't want to give assessments. However, the issue of the association with the EU came up. We have always been lenient to this, suit yourself. But when we read through the Treaty of Association, it turned out to be a problem for us, since we had a free trade zone and open customs borders with Ukraine, which under this association had to open its borders for Europe, which would have led to flooding of our market. We said, no, this is not going to work. We shall close our borders with Ukraine then. The customs borders, that is. Yanukovych started to calculate how much Ukraine was going to gain, how much to lose, and said to his European partners, I need more time to think before signing. The moment he said that, the opposition began to take destructive steps, which were supported by the West. It all came down to Maidan and a coup in Ukraine.
This is the Maidan Revolution, the Color Revolution. We did this with Ukraine on fire. You had the right sector, you had Azov. You had all these Nazis, and they took over the government, and then the next day, Crimea was like, yo, we're out of Ukraine because we're not working with you Nazis. It's literally what they said, okay? I mean, good night. This shit is incredible. Our CIA, I forgot Shorty's name. It was that lady that said, fuck the EU. When they were on the phone deciding if Vladimir Klitschko was going to be the president of Ukraine, and we were telling the Ukrainians who their next president was going to be after this crazy color revolution. A lot of Americans don't know about that either, dear listener. We continue.
That would go against the narrative that...
So he did more trade with Russia than with the EU. Ukraine did.
Of course. It's not even the matter of trade volume, although for the most part it is. It is the matter of cooperation ties, which the entire Ukrainian economy was based on. The cooperation ties between the enterprises were very close since the times of the Soviet Union.
Yes, Victoria Nuland. Correct. She was on the phone after all them people died and all this other shit. She's on the phone directing the Ukrainians, telling them, fuck the EU, don't worry about them. We're going to go with our guy. No, it can't be Klitschko. It's got to be this guy. Like, that's what we did. A lot of Americans don't know that. We did that. Okay? The hypocrisy of the U.S. government, well, not even the U.S. government, certain factions in the U.S. government who told us about election interference. And well, what election interference looks like. It is not a meme farm, dear listener. It's this shit. We continue.
They're used to produce components to be assembled both in Russia and Ukraine and vice versa. They used to be very close ties. A coup d'etat was committed, although I shall not delve into details now, as I find doing it inappropriate, the U.S. told us. Calm Yanukovych down, and we will calm the opposition. Let the situation unfold in the scenario of a political settlement. We said, all right, agree it this way. As the Americans requested, Yanukovych did use neither the armed forces nor the police, yet the armed opposition committed a coup in Kiev. What is that supposed to mean? Who do you think you are? I wanted to ask the then U.S. leadership.
With the backing of whom?
With the backing of CIA, of course.
Here's Jupe. Here's Jupe. I love it. I love it. Every Trump and Putin, people lose their minds. Jupe, are you saying that we don't have a clip of Victoria Nuland telling these people, one, F the EU, two, no, not Vladimir Klitschko, put in the person that we set up? Are you saying that we had nothing to do with that coup, with that uprising over there in the Maidan? What are you serious? It's weird to me, man. Like, this is without question what happened. We got this woman on the telephone, bro. Maybe you're not familiar with what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. But Google Victoria Nuland, John McCain, color revolution.
Yeah,
you'll see all of it. Weird. We continue.
We should thank God they didn't let you in. Although it is a serious organization. I understand. My former vis-a-vis in the sense that I served in the first main directorate, Soviet Union's intelligence service. They have always been our opponents. A job is a job. Technically, they did everything right. They achieved their goal of changing the government. However, from political standpoint, it was a colossal mistake. Surely it was political leadership's miscalculation. They should have seen what it would evolve into. So, in 2008, the doors of NATO were open for Ukraine. In 2014, there was a coup. They started persecuting those who did not accept the coup, and it was indeed a coup. They created a threat to Crimea, which we had to take under our protection.
The Crimeans requested it, by the way. Hey, Jupe, right after the Nazis took power, the Crimeans released a statement and said, hey, we're out of here. We're not going to be in any way, shape, or form associated with this Nazi government. Mm-hmm. That's just a fact. Now, you can say the Crimeans are crazy too. You can call me crazy. That's fine. I'm an ignorant kid who barely graduated high school. But the Crimeans, they're crazy too. I don't know, bro. I think the right sector, I think Azov Battalion, I think those are some pretty bad dudes, man. I think those are not good people.
They launched a war in Donbass in 2014 with the use of aircraft and artillery against civilians. This is when it all started. There's a
The Donbass is an area in Ukraine that's mostly Russian. Keep in mind, after the Maidan Revolution, okay, they immediately removed Russian as part of the languages of Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, they were immediately hostile to Russia.
Yeah.
Why? Because we're hostile to Russia. And they were following what we were saying. That's why I keep telling you guys, Zelensky, his main issue is cowardice. He's not running the shop. He's not running the show. Mm-hmm. If he was running the show, we'd have peace right now.
Right.
The Americans, I could tell you this for a fact. It's common tradecraft, man. You find a young, impressionable dude who's willing to do shit that normal people aren't willing to do, and that's how you score yourself a double agent. They just did this on the macro level with these people. I tip my hat to them. MI6 is legendary, but the shit we've been able to pull off is uncanny. We continue.
Of aircraft attacking Donetsk from above. They launched a large-scale military operation, then another one. When they failed, they started to prepare the next one. All this against the background of military development of this territory and opening of NATO's doors. How could we not express concern over what was happening? From our side, this would have been a culpable negligence. That's what it would have been.
I just want to pause this for a second. Remember, the Donbass region is a place that's concentrated heavily by Russian nationals. Once those Nazis took over, they began a campaign to cleanse that area of those people. We covered a video where Zelensky showed up and said, stop doing this to people.
Yep.
And the commander on the ground got in his face and smirked and basically said, what are you going to do about it? Then when he left, they said if he ever betrayed Ukraine, they would hang him in the public square. Those are the people that took over the government during the CIA-backed Maidan, quote, revolution.
Yeah.
And again, as I said, they were killing these innocent civilians. They were not combatants. And we know that. And they were signaling hostility toward anything Russian because they made Russian. Now Russia is not part of their national language. It's ridiculous. It would be like if we were so homogenized with Spanish people that Spanish also doubled as a national language. And then some Trumpian person, MAGA guy, takes over, and now we're deleting Espanol from the all of us would say that is signaling hostility toward these people.
Yeah, of course.
But we Americans, we love to tell other people how much they need to suffer. No American would tolerate that shit for 5 seconds.
Nope.
But we want these people to get shelled and bombed for fucking 14 years and never respond.
It's just that the U.S. political leadership pushed us to the line we could not cross, because doing so could have ruined Russia itself. Besides, we could not leave our brothers in faith, in fact, a part of Russian people, in the face of this war machine.
What was the...
I'm with it. But why did you go north? Why don't you just go where the Donbass was and take care of business? Them dudes wouldn't be able to hold you, bro. So I hope Tucker answers that question, because if it's just about liberating them folks, then cool, I'm with it. But that's not what you did, bruh. Mariupol is not the Donbass.
8 years before the current conflict started. So what was the trigger for you? What was the moment where you decided you had to do this?
Initially,
when Biden got elected.
Oh no.
He ain't gonna say it. But when Biden got elected.
Oh my gosh.
That's one of the consequences of electing a guy in that condition. Everybody that knows me knows I don't like to make fun of Joe Biden's condition. But if you were Vlad Putin and you were smart, you wouldn't do this invasion under the Trump administration. You're going to do it during the Biden administration because you perceive Biden to be weak. And you perceive him to be weak because, unfortunately, it's clear that his powers, the ones that he used to be able to rely on so heavily, are now not the same. So that's my take on it. He invaded them people right after he was certain that the ghost of Trump wasn't going to come back to haunt him. We continue.
It was the coup in Ukraine that provoked the conflict. By the way, back then the representatives of 3 European countries, Germany, Poland, and France, arrived. They were the guarantors of the signed agreement between the government of Yanukovych and the opposition. They signed it as guarantors.
Those are the Minsk Accords, I think. The Minsk Accords, which the Ukrainians promptly violated, I'm pretty sure. Applejack, help me out with the name of that. Isn't it the Minsk Accord, the Minsk Treaty or whatever, where they're going to stop killing defenseless Russian people over there in the Donbass?
Despite that, the opposition committed a coup, and all these countries pretended that they didn't remember that they were guarantors of the peaceful settlement. They just threw it in the stove right away, and nobody recalls that. I don't know if the US know anything about the agreement between the opposition and the authorities and its three guarantors who, instead of bringing this whole situation back in the political field, supported the coup. Although it was meaningless, believe me, because President Yanukovych agreed to all conditions. He was ready to hold an early election, which he had no chance of winning, frankly speaking. Everyone knew that. Then why the coup? Why the victims? Why threatening Crimea? Why launching an operation in Donbass? This I do not understand. That is exactly what the
Just Internal Fire just said this. I just posted it, and then Putin just said it. Attacks on Donbass increased after Biden was elected. That's because the Ukrainians saw Biden as weak, and the Russians saw Biden as weak. And if we're the world police, and if you've got a guy, if you feel the chief is weak, then you're going to not be disincentivized to do a bunch of weird shit to people, as we've seen. We continue.
This calculation is CIA did its job to complete the coup. I think one of the deputy secretaries of state said almost 5 billion. But the political mistake was colossal. Why would they have to do that? All this could have been done legally, without victims, without military action, without losing Crimea.
All you people who hate Putin, explain to me why that bloodless solution was not pursued, and why our government was not used to bring peace and prosperity to that region. Why did we have our operatives in that area, not even in a clandestine fashion, orchestrate this shit that resulted in the death of these people and the destabilization of the region and the persecution of the Russian nationals in the Donbass and Lugansk area, et cetera, et cetera. Like that has got to factor in to the mindset.
We would have never considered to even lift a finger if it hadn't been for the bloody developments on Maidan. Because we agreed with the fact that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, our borders should be along the borders of former Union's republics. We agreed to that. We never agreed to NATO's expansion, and moreover, we never agreed that Ukraine would be in NATO. We did not agree to NATO bases there without any discussion with us. For decades, we kept asking, don't do this, don't do that. And what triggered the latest events? Firstly, the current Ukrainian leadership declared that it would not implement the Minsk agreements, which had been signed, as you know, after the events of 2014 in Minsk, where the plan of peaceful settlement in Donbass was set forth. But no, the current Ukrainian leadership, foreign minister, all other officials, and then president himself said that they don't like anything about the Minsk agreements. In other words, they were not going to implement it. A year or a year and a half ago, former leaders of Germany and France said openly to the whole world that they indeed signed the Minsk agreements, but they never intended to implement them. They simply led us by the nose.
Was there anyone for you to talk to? Did you?
It's true. They openly bragged about it. They said, we got them to sign the Minsk Accords, got them to disarm, but we had no intention of relieving the pressure on those people. This is incredible. This actually happened. So I hear a lot of people talk about propaganda. He's going to use this to propagandize. Guys, every country does propaganda. You have been propagandized by your country. It's this weird idea that Americans have, like, we're above it all. We can see, oh, Kim Jong-un, that's brainwashing. Oh, the MAGA people, that's brainwashing. Blah, 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 blah. Everybody except you is brainwashed. Everybody except for you is susceptible to brainwashing,
If
except for
that's-
you. If only we were as smart as you.
If that's what you believe, then you're probably really high up there on the brainwashing.
Your hostility toward Mr. Putin, I would say, would be an indicator of being brainwashed. We continue.
Call a U.S. President, Secretary of State, and say, if you keep militarizing Ukraine with NATO forces, this is going to get.
Look, here we go. See, this is where you lose me, Carl. This is where you lose me, bro. Russia supported, in every way possible, a terrorist separatist in those regions. Those who Ukrainians were fighting. Russia invaded Chechnya, and they had that happen in the Caucasus. Stop it! That is not what happened. That's revisionist history. And it's interesting calling them terrorists. So what do we call the Ukrainian military who dropped bombs on schools over there in the Donbass and killed them little kids?
Yeah.
What do we call the Ukrainians who literally cheered when it was revealed that only Russian nationals were burned alive in that building? And they cheered. You see, you're trying to justify all their terrorists. You know, that this sounds eerily familiar to me. When did I hear this before? That's right. We're going to bomb the shit out of Gaza, kill 24,000 people, 15,000 kids. Then we're going to say, well, you know, terrorists and stuff. Hamas. I was driving around. I saw one of them billboards. Hamas is your enemy too. I said, man, if you don't shut the fuck up, they're not my enemy. I got no problem with Hamas. So, nah, bro, no. There were Minsk Accords. They violated the Minsk Accords, bro. I was following this French reporter. She embedded in the Donbass.
No kidding.
Yeah, and she was getting rocked, and she was like, "Yo, this shit is crazier than I thought it was." That's a war crime that they did to those people, bro. Stop trying to justify that bullshit. It's the same thing the Israelis are doing right now, justifying the genocide of them Palestinians because Hamas finally fought back against the settlement. What bothers me about Americans is that they just want people to accept oppression, and they're really surprised when oppressed people rise up and start killing folk. Like, they're really surprised.
Yeah, and it's so hypocritical because we would ourselves.
That's what I'm saying.
Why do we think, but I wonder if this has something to do with like the white nationalism or whatever, where you believe you're somehow different than they're human beings just like you are.
It's American exceptionalism. We think we feel freedom is our birthright, but we don't think it's a birthright for everybody else. Krav, the Donbassian Russians over there were vastly outnumbered and outmaneuvered. When they started shooting folk, it's because they were fighting back. You know, kind of like Hamas. We continue.
We're going to act.
Мы постоянно об этом говорим. Мы постоянно об этом говорим. Мы обращались
We talked about this all the time. We addressed the United States and European countries' leadership to stop these developments immediately, to implement the Minsk agreements. Frankly speaking, I didn't know how we were going to do this, but I was ready to implement them. These agreements were complicated for Ukraine. They included lots of elements of those Donbas territories' independence. That's true. However, I was absolutely confident, and I'm saying this to you now. I honestly believe that if we managed to convince the residents of Donbas, and we had to work hard to convince them to return to the Ukrainian statehood, then gradually the wounds would start to heal. When this
Okay, so you had a bunch of Russians that are like, these guys have been killing us. These guys have been killing us for 14 years. Get us out of here. And he's saying, try to make peace with the government, and let's see what happens. That's what he's saying that he said to the Donbassians. I wasn't there. I wasn't privy to the discussion. I just have a hard time believing that, because I believe he's a massive patriot. And I think these are Russian nationals. These are his people. I have a hard time telling him, oh yeah, accept all that shit. Bomb, just try to ingratiate yourself to them Nazis. I don't think you said that, bruh. I think what you said was, don't worry, hold your head.
Yeah.
Here's some RPGs.
Yeah.
And if Trump gets out of there, as soon as I can confirm that it's really that guy, if the Americans really put Biden in that office, we coming through. I think that was probably closer
to what actually
happened. I just have a hard time believing you told them people to just eat that shit, bro.
territory reintegrated itself into a common social environment. When the pensions and social benefits were paid again, all the pieces would gradually fall into place. Nobody wanted that. Everybody wanted to resolve the issue by military force only. But we could not let that happen. And the situation got to the point when the Ukrainian side announced, no, we will not do anything. They also started preparing for military action. It was they who started the war in 2014. Our goal is to stop this war. And we did not start this war in 2022. This is an attempt to stop it.
Do you think you've stopped it now? I mean, have you achieved your aims?
Okay, Tucker, at this part, you had to say, why did you start in the north? Why didn't you go to the affected regions? You would have a completely airtight case if you stayed in Donbass and Lugansk, whatever. The other side of that, of course, is the weapons and all this shit that we're bringing to their border. I'm saying, okay, for this particular problem set, you did not need to invade from the north. You should have invaded from the Donbass region. Completely justifiable in my mind. But I'm going to question you, bruh, because, and Tucker, I need to hear that. Thank you so much. I need to hear you ask that question. I need to hear you ask the question as to why he chose to invade where he did after you just went on this long soliloquy about Donbass.
No, we haven't achieved our aims yet.
Yes, Rich, thank you. And Lori Bonnell, the French journalist, incredible raw footage. Yeah, unbelievable. Also check out her doc, Donbass. Correct, unbelievable. She was a French woman. She has no connection to Putin or anybody. Sorry, guys. And she is documenting the shit that these people deal with on a daily basis. It's horrible.
Jeez. Is she
it was
in danger
so
doing
bad.
that?
Of course she was in danger. She made it out though. But they protected her because they're like, you gotta, like you could see her like running to some things when the alarms would go off, and they're like, no, you gotta go. You gotta come with us. And she's like, then they go back. It's nothing but bodies over there, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was horrible, horrible, horrible. It is unquestionable a human rights violation what's been happening to those people.
Jesus, help them.
And if you could just shrug that off and say, oh, well, Putin bad, you are now a propagandized individual. You don't really believe that the world is made of Gargamel and Smurfs, right? You don't believe that there's all good people and all bad people. Like, even within yourself, you're not all good or all bad, right?
Right.
So you already have this precondition against this dude because you've been propagandized by your government. This shit is incredible, but I'm sorry, Tucker, you got to ask that question. You got to ask that question.
Yeah.
Why did you choose to invade on that side then? Mariupol's not in there. We continue.
Because one of them is denazification. This means the prohibition of all kinds of neo-Nazi movements. This is one of the problems that we discussed during the negotiation process, which ended in Istanbul early this year. And it was not our initiative because we were told by the Europeans, in particular, that it was necessary to create conditions for the final signing of the documents. My counterparts in France and Germany said, how can you imagine them signing a treaty with a gun to their heads? The troops should be pulled back from Kiev. I said, all right. We withdrew the troops from Kiev. As soon as we pulled back our troops from Kiev, our Ukrainian negotiators immediately threw all our agreements reached in Istanbul into the bin. And
Into where? The what?
The bin, the garbage.
Oh.
He keeps trying to make peace. And for some reason, the Ukrainians keep shoving it off. Why?
Now, why, oh, why would that be?
Why? And who possibly could be influencing them people to operate in such a way against their own interests, considering you have no air force to speak of relative to this conflict?
Prepared for a long-standing armed confrontation with the help of the United States and its satellites in Europe. That is how the situation has developed. And that is how it looks now.
Да.
But what is, pardon my ignorance, what is denazification? What would that mean?
Да, вот я как раз хочу сейчас об этом.
All right, so okay, so you invaded Russia from the north because of Donbass, which is in the south. Now, the secondary reason you invaded them is because you wanted to denazify Ukraine. I'm sorry, that sounds a lot like the hearts and minds stuff. We went to Iraq originally for WMDs. Y'all remember that? WMDs? That's when we went to Iraq. And then, when it was clear there were no fucking WMDs, you know what we did? This is for democracy. They've been living under a dictator. What kind of American are you? Look, they can vote. They had the little girl there, little agency asset there with doing the little peace sign because she's got the little ink on her finger because she voted. Everybody said, I remember exactly where I was when they played that shit on TV. Folks was crying and shit. Oh my God, we brought democracy to Iraq. Yeah. And once again, Americans completely fell for it. We initially went in there for WMDs. Then it became about, what do you call it?
Democracy.
Democracy. So you originally went in there to save the Donbassians, and now it's because you want to denazify Ukraine. Look, Ukraine has an obvious Nazi problem for sure. Mm-hmm. And the problem I keep trying to explain to people. People keep going, well, they're not the majority. I keep trying to tell you. If I'm in a room with 100 people, right? And one guy has a gun.
Yep.
And he already has 6 bodies. You don't need the other 99 people in the room to go crazy to make a tragedy happen.
Nope.
So I don't need the entire country, although you had the Azov guys marching down the street to the Glee. You had a Ukrainian governor with a picture of Stefan Bandera, basically the Hitler of Ukraine in his back pocket.
That's right.
National Women's Day, they took a picture of this woman. Oh, there's the fighting
patches.
Woman of Ukraine. It was a Nazi patch. The guys at Disney World, Nazi patches.
Yeah.
Fucking Canada. Not literally like twice they were clapping for a Nazi. Man, get out of here.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Holy shit. 70,000 Ukraine troops built up on the Donbass border. Correct. We continue. Carl, stop it. The Donbassians don't have an air force. You know the Ghost of Kiev propaganda stuff? You remember that, Carl? The Ghost of Kiev? That means those folks got jets. The Donbassians don't have any of that stuff. So can we please stop making some sort of equivalency like these are two equals that fought each other? It's the same thing with Israel and Hamas.
Yeah.
One group has an air force. The other one is exposed in an open-air prison.
Jeez.
We continue.
Это очень важный вопрос. Денацификация.
That is what I want to talk about right now. It is a very important issue.
Denazification.
Denazification. After gaining independence, Ukraine began to search, as some Western analysts say, its identity. And it came up with nothing better than to build this identity upon some false heroes who collaborated with Hitler.
Bandera.
I have already said that in the early 19th century, when the theorists of independence and sovereignty of Ukraine appeared, they assumed that an independent Ukraine should have very good relations with Russia. But due to the historical development, those territories were part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Poland, where Ukrainians were persecuted and treated quite brutally as well as were subject to cruel behavior.
Donbass. No, Donbass and Russia are not the same thing. See? Why do we have to start this deceptive stuff, man? The Donbassians do not have an air force. Stop. You're lying, bro. Damn. What's wrong with y'all?
There are also attempts to destroy their identity.
когда началась Вторая мировая война, часть этой...
I didn't make an equivalence between Ukraine and Russia. I just spent 5 minutes criticizing Putin for invading from the north instead of helping out the Donbassians. But your statement here is very odd, because I've said that his invasion was illegal and horrible and all the rest of it. But all you've done is justify what these Nazis have done to these Donbassians. You keep throwing out information to try to make people who don't know the situation act like there's some sort of an equivalency, like your friend just said that they have an Air Force, which is a lie. Can't we just be truthful? Can we just be as truthful as we possibly can be?
Yep.
They were trying to ethnically cleanse people who are Russian identified from their country.
Mm-hmm.
As I said, I have video of Zelensky going up in there and saying, "Stop doing this to these people." And the the Azov guys laughed at him. And then they threatened to hang him in the public square, Carl. Stop. Why is it so important to you to lie about this shit? Good night.
This remained in the memory of the people. When World War II broke out, part of this extremely nationalist elite collaborated with Hitler, believing that he would bring them freedom.
Она начала сотрудничать с Гитлером, полагая, что
The German troops, even the SS troops, made Hitler's collaborators do the dirtiest work of exterminating the Polish and Jewish population. Hence this brutal massacre of the Polish and Jewish population, as well as the Russian...
We covered that in Ukraine on Fire, where the Nazis in Ukraine told the Jews to show up at the town square and then summarily executed, like, I don't know how many of them, took all their shit. That actually happened. And one of the dudes that was the main insiders of that was a man by the name of Stefan Bandera, who was named Hero of Ukraine. They named streets after this dude. They got governors with Stefan Bandera's picture in the back. I had one of these Ukraine apologists a couple years ago tell me that Stefan Bandera wasn't really that bad.
Okay.
Population too.
Вот отсюда вот эта жестокая резня.
This was led by the persons who are well known, Bandera, Shukevich. It was those people who were made national heroes.
Thank you! I just said it!
Just said it.
They were like, Finns are Russian massacre confirmed.
Oh, no.
Right there! I need all you Ukraine apologists to deal with that.
Mm-hmm. Good
night. Good night. Oh my God. Yeah, Jupe. Thank you for correcting yourself, but that was deceptive, bruh. You know, when I said, what is the name of the commander of the Air Force of the Donbassians? Everybody knows that if you don't have an Air Force, it's over.
Yeah,
there's no way there can ever be an equivalent form of attack. That's the end of the story.
Yeah.
That's why they were asking us about a year and a half ago for F-15s and shit. Yeah.
That is the problem. And we are constantly told that nationalism and neo-Nazi...
Look. And you believe what Putin says. Jupe, I've been critical of Mr. Putin this entire time. But when he's right, he's right. And that's what happened. And I'm not a propagandized individual. So I'm not going to say, well, all politicians lie, but he really lies. The same thing they did with Trump. Look how many lies this president has told. I'm like, motherfucker, Bill Clinton looked me right in the eye and said I did not have sexual relations with that woman. They're all liars.
Yeah.
So I'm not going there. Putin is no more of a liar than our president is. Mm-hmm. Keep in mind, the lie when American leaders tell lies, 1 million people die. Okay? The WMD was a justification for the 20-year GWAT, which took 1 million people off this planet.
Jeez.
So I'm not with the propaganda stuff, bro. I'm not with it. We continue.
Exist in other countries as well. Yes, there are seedlings, but we uproot them, and other countries fight against them. But Ukraine is not the case. These people have been made into national heroes in Ukraine. Monuments to those people have been erected. They are
This is the thing that kills me about this Nazi stuff with Ukraine. Because people are like, well, there's Nazis in America. Bruh, show me the Adolf Hitler statue in America.
We don't have those up.
Show me one. Show me a parade of Nazis walking around goose-stepping with thousands of Americans cheering them like the Yankees just won the World Series. Unbelievable.
Right.
Flags. Their names are shouted by crowds that walk with torches as if...
Well, look, Jupe, this is just hard to ingest from a Finn. Look, man, I understand where you're at, so you have a bias against this guy, and you're already preconditioned to invalidate all of his points. But the facts are, those Ukrainian people, more than just having a segment of Nazis in their culture, have Nazism and the celebration of those people baked into their culture. I repeat, Stefan Bandera, the Hitler of Ukraine, one hero of Ukraine.
Jeez.
They named streets after this dude. Stop it.
In Nazi Germany.
Они на флагах, они их имена кричат.
These were people who exterminated Poles, Jews, and Russians.
Это люди, которые уничтожали поляков, евреев и русских.
It is necessary to stop this practice and prevent the dissemination of this concept. I say that Ukrainians are part of the one Russian people. They say, no, we are a separate people. Okay, fine. If they consider themselves a separate people, they have the right to do so, but not on the basis of Nazism, the Nazi ideology.
Would you be satisfied with the territory that you have now?
Нет, еще закончу. Вы же задали вопрос по неонацизму и денацификации.
I will finish answering the question.
Okay, since you're so thank you, Jazakallah. Since you're so ate up, Mr. Putin, I'm very happy that you've worked to denazify Ukraine. Here's the deal. I got some intelligence for you, though. Even though the Nazis don't get celebrated in the streets in your country, and even though your country hasn't voted in any Nazis as hero of Russia, you do still have Nazis, neo-Nazi factions in your area. So I hope at some point you're going to address that, considering denazification was part of the reason you invaded these people. You know what happened? You know what happened?
Wow.
Putin been watching U.S. media.
Yeah, what?
And he's been watching for the last 4 or 5 years these silly people talking about how there's an equivalency between Trump and Hitler. So they're like, oh, these people like to throw Hitler out all the time. Let me try my hand. But he didn't realize that...
It's not going to work for you.
He didn't realize that if the U.S. government wants us to celebrate Nazis, the vast majority of us are going to do it. Okay? You would not believe how many people were trying to tell me that they didn't have a Nazi problem, that their Nazi problem was equivalent to Nazi problems all over the world, all the rest of it. And like I say, there's some Ukraine apologists in here. I kept talking about Stefan Bandera being the hero of Ukraine, all this shit. There's no response.
Yeah.
No response.
Are people not familiar?
Oh, they're familiar. It's just they can't defend it.
Oh.
So they're just going to act like it didn't happen. We continue.
We don't go anywhere when we do that.
Just asked a question about neo-Nazism and denazification. Look, the president of Ukraine visited Canada.
That's not what he asked you. He said, would you be happy or satisfied with the land that you've currently eaten up, my boy?
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what he said.
Let's rewind this. That's not what he asked you, Mr. Putin.
20 seconds.
That you have now.
Are you satisfied with the territory you have now?
Нет, еще закончу. Вы же задали вопрос по неонацизму и денацификации.
I will finish answering the question. You just asked a question about neo-Nazism and denazification.
No, we
Look,
didn't.
the president of Ukraine visited Canada. This story is well known, but being silenced in the Western country.
I'm
What?
sorry.
He said what? What did he say?
He's talking about somebody visiting.
Zelensky? Is it the president of Ukraine?
I got a little distracted because I'm distracted by the fact that every time he gets asked a direct question, he goes into a big giant story. Just answer the friggin' questions. But he doesn't want to answer the questions directly, I'm sure.
Denazification.
We still have Nazis in our country to this day.
But we don't have stuff erected
we did not
to them.
Name our children Adolf.
Right.
We have not had parades in the streets celebrating Nazis. When you take random pictures of U.S. soldiers, you're not going to see any Nazi insignia on their gear. If you take a group of Americans and bring them to Disney World, I promise you, There's not going to be a single person there who's populated by a person who participated in ethnic cleansing of Jewish people. As I've said over and over again, the neo-Nazis in the United States, their grandfathers fought Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
The Nazis in Ukraine, their grandparents were Nazis. That's the difference. We continue.
Look, the president of Ukraine visited Canada. This story is well known, but being silenced in the...
That is not what he asked you. He said, all the land that you've eaten up currently, saving those Donbassians and eliminating denazifying, is that enough? That's what he said. What you should say is, give us Crimea, because they don't like y'all anyway, and give us Donbass. We'll leave you alone. If you would have done that, bro, you'd have had a perfect score. This shit right here, though, and also Tucker, why didn't you ask him why he invaded other places other than the fucking Donbass, bro?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing with the Israelis. Oh, Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. There's no Hamas in the West Bank. Do you see the playbook with these people? They're all the same. It's insane to me. They're using the same arguments, all the rest of it. This shit is incredible. We continue.
Countries. The Canadian Parliament introduced a man who, as the Speaker of the Parliament said, fought against the Russians during the World War II. Well, who fought against the Russians during the World War II? Hitler and his accomplices. It turned out that this man served in the SS troops. He personally killed Russians, Poles, and Jews.
He's talking about the dude that they were celebrating, and it turns out the guy was a fucking SS soldier. I actually referenced that a couple minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me and Putin are on the same wavelength. But this shit is crazy. This is crazy, bro. Like, how?
Yeah.
How is this happening?
Hitler and his accomplices. It turned out that this man served in the SS troops. He personally killed Russians, Poles, and Jews. The SS troops consisted of Ukrainian nationalists who did this dirty work. The president of Ukraine stood up with the entire Parliament of Canada and applauded this man.
I told you guys that.
You said we don't stand there.
Yeah, we had him and Justin 2 times. You know Justin Trudeau? That non-racist white dude who showed up twice in blackface? But the white leftists forgave him.
Oh.
They forgave him on our behalf.
Oh, that's not...
Yeah.
What?
But simultaneous to that, they were telling me how racist Trump was and all the rest of it. There's nothing more intolerable than that kind of white person.
Yeah.
Give me my Republican MAGA.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm surprised you blacks can read. Okay, give me that guy.
At least you know where you stand with them.
Yeah. Those guys.
And to be honest,
those guys have enough respect to insult you to your face.
That's the thing. Like, that is so disrespectful. To you're not even part of the group that was offended, but you're going to forgive the people that did it without. Yeah. What?
Shout out to them white folks who gave Trudeau for that shit.
That is so.
And then he followed it up. Giving a standing O to a fucking SS soldier with a body's on his hand. You kill those beautiful Jewish people over there, bro. You gonna pay. You listen. The Lord Jesus is not Justin Trudeau. I promise you that. I promise you that.
Mm-hmm.
How can this be imagined? The president of Ukraine himself, by the way, is a Jew by nationality.
Really, my question is, what do you do about it? I mean...
No, that was not your question. Your question was, when you will be satisfied?
Yeah,
that's what he said.
Yeah.
And you have not... He hasn't answered the question. Nope. He successfully rope-a-doped Tucker Carlson. Why did... You got to ask that question. Why you invaded aside from Donbass and Lugansk? You never asked that question. And this shit right here was a brilliant question. How much land? But see, Putin doesn't want to go out and say that shit on camera because then it's going to be like, well, you said you're... So obviously he's got more.
Yep.
He's going to get bang for his buck is what's going to happen because they've lost so much money and blood in this thing. So he's going to go and take over some shit and pay himself back, I guarantee you. It's what Trump said. He said, I mean, maybe we'll give the Iraqis the oil for a small fee. I mean, we had to go in there and do all that shit. I mean, at least he came out and said it. Mm-hmm. We continue.
Hold up. It's Delaney's birthday. Happy birthday, Delaney.
Oh, shit. Happy birthday. I did not know that.
Here.
Hey.
Happy birthday, honey.
Hey, your birthday's on Putin Day. Mashallah.
Oh,
no. Russia claimed they invaded more than Donbass because they needed to remove Yugoslavs that were placed in Ukraine. They needed a buffer. That's bullshit. You could easily take that out. with their Air Force, or you can send your tier 1 guys. Like, for example, when we were looking for, in the first Iraq War, we were looking for certain things. All we did was deploy DevGru in the Combat Applications Group to go look at that shit. You don't need a full-scale force like what we saw. I mean, they cut off electricity, all the other shit. That has nothing to do with the labs, bro. That's just straight up, this is what you do when you're about to go take over a city. So,
One from you as well.
if they mention the labs as a reason for that invasion, it's a weak sauce explanation. We continue.
It's been dead for 80 years. Nazi Germany no longer exists. And so, true. And so, I think what you're saying is you want to extinguish or at least control Ukrainian nationalism. But how? How do you do that?
Послушайте меня. Ваш вопрос очень тонкий.
Listen to me. Your question is very subtle, and I can tell you what I think. Do not take offense.
Of course.
Казалось бы,
JS, are you an air... have you ever done close air support, Kenneth? I mean, sorry, Jay. Have you ever done close air support? Where is this rule that you cannot destroy a lab? Where is that? And as I said, you could also send a tier 1 unit. The Russians have a great tier 1 unit. They can go in there and do what they need to do. It's the same thing as Israelis. Oh, Hamas. That's why we killed all those people. It's like, no. You guys have Shin Bet. You have the Mossad. You have a tier 1 group. Go in there and do house to house just like the Marines did in Fallujah. So all these excuses these people keep using for killing all these people.
Yeah.
The biolab thing don't work for me at all. We continue.
он очень противный этот вопрос.
This question appears to be subtle. It is quite pesky.
Значит,
You say Hitler has been dead for so many years,
люди, которые
80 years.
уничтожали...
But his example lives on. People who exterminated Jews, Russians, and Poles are alive. And the president, the current president of today's Ukraine, applauds him in the Canadian Parliament. Gives a standing ovation. Can we say that we have completely uprooted this ideology if what we see is happening today? That is what denazification is in our understanding. We have to get rid of those people who maintain this concept and support this practice.
Well, why do you have to take their land?
Yeah.
Or why do you have to take the land of the remaining unnazified people in that area? If you were really doing that, isn't it? You just take out the... I'm good, man. If he went in there and murked Azov, and man, I don't got no love for them people. Fuck those people, bro. But what about the rest of the Ukrainians?
Yeah. Yeah.
You could do a national service to them, denazify the region, okay, clear the Donbass, take Crimea, let those people have the rest of their country and let them rebuild then. Why are you still over there? That's my thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that the Ukrainians want any more smoke with the Donbassians after what you just did, bro. I think you made mission accomplished. But now we got this other mission about denazification, which is guarantees basically a perpetual Russian presence because Nazism is an idea.
Right.
And you're going to create more Nazis because of how brutal you guys are out there running around killing folk. Now, look, war is hell, and the Ukrainians are horrible. Probably the Ukrainians are more despicable to me in war than the Russians because the Ukrainians will do this to their own people.
Yeah.
They killed Dennis Kyrie. Yeah. They kidnapped Homeboy's daughter, held her for ransom. People talking about Tucker Carlson's a fascist. You know what fascism might be?
Aren't they?
Is if you unseat other political parties and make it impossible for people to vote for them.
Yep. Aren't they the same group that was tying up their own people to polls?
Yes! Yes!
Humiliating them
yes!
like that? Like,
beating the hell out of them, all types of shit. We continue.
A father with a son, it's just, what is going on?
That is what denazification is. That is what we mean.
Right. My question is a little more specific. It was, of course, not a defense of Nazis, neo or otherwise. It was a practical question. You don't control the entire country. You don't control Kiev. You don't seem like you want to.
Come back.
So how do you eliminate a culture or an ideology
there you go, babe.
or feelings or a view of history in a country that you don't control? What do you do?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which, logically speaking, then, he'd have to remain there and control it. I think what happened is the war cost him a lot more blood and money than he thought it would. And so he's going to go and seize a bunch of assets until he gets back to zero or whatever the magic number is in his mind. But Tucker, I don't know if This was just masterful on Mr. Putin's part. But Tucker asked probably the best question of the night, which was, how much land is enough for you? When will you be satisfied?
Yep.
That was the question you asked him.
Yep.
He completely dodged it.
That's the one I wanted the answer to.
And then you never came back, bruh. Bad form, Tucker. Could somebody please break down what he means by denazification? Ukraine has an obvious Nazi problem. That's a fact. And so one of his justifications for why he violated international law and invaded those people was because he wanted to denazify Ukraine. First, he gave us the entire, you didn't really miss much, my brother, to be honest with you. He gave us an entire breakdown of all the history of the world from Adam to now.
It was boring.
And denazification is one of the like 3 or 4 things that they threw at the wall to justify their actions. We continue.
А вы знаете, как вам не покажется странным, в ходе переговоров в Стамбуле...
You know, as strange as it may seem to you, during the negotiations in Istanbul, we did agree that we have it all in writing. Neo-Nazism would not be cultivated in Ukraine, including that it would be prohibited at the legislative level. Mr. Carlson, we agreed on that. This, it turns out, can be done during the negotiation process. And there's nothing humiliating for Ukraine as a modern civilized state. Is any state allowed to promote Nazism? It is not, is it? Oh, that is it.
I disagree with you. They can promote Nazism. They can promote whatever they want. I don't really see a lot of difference between Americanism and Nazism, considering our actions in the last 20 years. The problem, Mr. Putin, is when shit gets kinetic. That's the problem. So if they're over there being Nazis marching in the street and doing all this other shit, but it never gets kinetic, then there's no reason to invade, bruh. Denazification is not a justification for invading a country and killing people. Have a debate or something.
Right.
But you cannot, that's some Sam Harris shit. There are so ideas that are so bad that sometimes we have to kill the people who have them. That's what he said.
Oh. Sam Harris?
Yeah.
Will there be talks, and why haven't there been talks about resolving the conflict in Ukraine? Peace talks.
Они были, они дошли до очень высокой стадии согласования позиций. Сложно.
They have been. They reached a very high stage of coordination of positions in a complex process, but still they were almost finalized. But after we withdrew our troops from Kiev, as I have already said, the other side threw away all these agreements and obeyed the instructions of Western countries, European countries, and the United States to fight Russia to the bitter end.
True.
Moreover, the president of Ukraine has legislated a ban on negotiating with Russia. He signed a decree forbidding everyone to negotiate with Russia.
Wow.
But how are we going to
wait.
negotiate?
Wait, in Ukraine, they put a ban so nobody can...
Yeah. I'm about to pull up the Dennis Kyrie situation.
Negotiating with Russia. He signed a decree forbidding bitter end. Moreover, the president of Ukraine has legislated a ban on negotiating with Russia. He signed a decree forbidding everyone to negotiate with Russia. But how are we going to negotiate if he forbade himself and everyone to do this?
Mm-hmm.
We know that he is putting forward some ideas about this settlement, but in order to agree on something, we need to have a dialogue. Is that not right?
Well, but you wouldn't be speaking to the Ukrainian president. You'd be
Pause
speaking to the American.
I'm just gonna let you guys. I'm gonna let you guys know. I've been referencing this guy a lot, but it's important. Ukrainian official Dennis Kyrie found dead after being accused of committed treason and working for Russia. What was his treasonous action? Barely a week after attending the first round of peace talks between Russia and Ukraine, image of Dennis Kyrie's lifeless body began circulating, end quote. They brought this guy was fighting in those negotiations for peace at the earlier part of the war.
Yep.
The Azov dudes dragged dude out, put him in the middle of the town square, and executed him publicly. As I said, when Zelensky went down there to Donbass and said, "Stop doing this to these people," the dude got in his face and laughed at him.
Yep.
Zelensky said,
Oh,
"I ain't
no.
no sucker," and the dude was like,
Yeah.
Zelensky turned around, and then they released a statement in the newspaper that said if he ever tried to betray them, they would hang him in the town square. These are the Ukrainians.
And he just let that go. Right? There was no retaliation. He didn't do anything in response to what they said and did.
Who?
Well,
Kyrie?
No. What is it? Zelensky.
Oh, no, yeah, he never retaliated. He never said,
He just
oh,
ate that and left.
yeah, he ate it. He should have cleared that whole space, bro. We continue. I'm not sure that it's known, Lambie. I'm not sure that it's known. Most of the Ukraine apologists I know don't seem very particularly familiar with that piece of information. You continue.
When was the last time you spoke to Joe Biden?
I cannot remember when I talked to him. I do not remember. We can look it up.
You don't remember?
No. Why? Do I have to remember everything? I have my own things to do. We have domestic political affairs.
Well, he's funding the war that you're...
So bad. That's so bad.
I wish you guys could have seen that on video, but the fascists keep trying to block us. I want to do this shit again.
Oh, uncomfortable.
This boy Tucker's a thug, bro.
Everything. I have my own things to do. We have domestic political affairs.
Well, he's funding the war that you're fighting, so I would think that would be memorable.
Well, yes, he funds, but I talked to him before the special military operation, of course. And I said to him then, by the way...
Yeah, the special military occupation is the invasion that violated international law. Shout out to Putin.
Now, why would he respond that way? Does
What?
he...
Calling it...
No, just like, you know...
Oh, saying
I mean,
I
that's
don't talk to
disrespectful,
Biden?
right? I mean...
Well...
He's saying I have my own stuff
He's
to worry
saying,
about. I mean,
he's like, I'm not talking to dude.
This makes... I mean, we've given him fucking billions of dollars.
Who?
No, I keep getting it mixed up.
No, it's
Right,
Zelensky.
right.
It's the
Well, why
Nazis.
is he
We gave the
saying-
Nazis hundreds of billions
Why
of
is he
dollars.
saying that it was funded by him then?
Because we're giving them hundreds of billions of dollars. We're giving the Ukrainians hundreds of billions of dollars. So we're funding their war with Russia.
Right. So why would Russia talk to Biden?
Well, because he's the one that's funding it. So if we could convince him that cease hostilities, then the hostilities would be over.
Okay, so that's a problem that we haven't talked to him in.
No, the real
so
problem
long?
is the problem is that our government, we're the leaders of the free world. We should be reaching out to them and saying, "Hey, stop this! What are you guys doing? What can we do to help?" Blah 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 blah. But instead, what we're doing is we're just feeding the war machine and not doing anything to reconcile this shit and end it. That's what he's trying to say.
I see. Okay. Why do I keep looking at this?
Do I have to remember everything? I have my own things to do. We have domestic political affairs.
Well, he's funding the war that you're fighting, so I would think that would be memorable.
Well, yes, he funds, but I talked to him before the special military operation, of course. And I said to him then, by the way, I will not go into details, I never do, but I said to him then, I believe that you are making a huge mistake of historic proportions by supporting everything that is happening there in Ukraine by pushing Russia away. I told him repeatedly, by the way. I think that would be correct if I stop here.
What did he say?
Ask him, please. It is easier for you. You are a citizen of the United States. Go and ask him. It is not appropriate for me to comment on our conversation.
But you haven't spoken to him since before February of 2022.
No, we haven't spoken. Certain contacts are being maintained, though. Speaking of which, do you remember what I told you about my proposal to work together on a missile defense system?
Yes.
You can ask all of them. All of them are safe and sound, thank God. The former president, Condoleezza, is safe and sound, and I think Mr. Gates and the current director of the intelligence agency, Mr. Burns, the then ambassador to Russia, in my opinion, are very successful ambassador. They were all witnesses to these conversations. Ask them. Same here. If you are interested in what Mr. President Biden responded to me, ask him. At any rate, I talked to him about it.
I'm definitely interested, but from the outside, it seems like this could devolve or evolve into something that brings the entire world into conflict and could initiate a nuclear launch. And so why don't you just call Biden and say, let's work this out?
I see what you're saying, but
What's there to work out? It's very simple. I repeat, we have contacts through various agencies. I will tell you what we are saying on this matter and what we are conveying to the U.S. leadership. If you really want to stop fighting, you need to stop supplying weapons. It will be over within a few weeks.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
Then we can agree on some terms. Before you do that, stop.
yeah.
What's easier? Why would I call him? What should I talk to him about? Or beg him for what?
And what messages do you get back?
Well, yeah, I say it's on Biden to reach out. I don't think it's on Putin. And the reason for that is very simple. They've tried to reach out to us on multiple occasions for decades. They tried to join to join NATO. Nope.
Yeah.
They tried to negotiate. Nope. Well, let's talk about this. Nope.
Yeah.
So we keep saying, no, we're not talking to you. You're only getting, with a dinero or la pluma. Like that, we're just gonna give y'all a bunch of lead, man. Come on, bro.
Oh, that's what that was. What do you? But he's saying certain contacts are being kept.
Well, yeah, it's not like they're completely dark, but I wouldn't reach out to him if I was Putin.
You
because
wouldn't?
Biden came out and said that Putin needs to be taken out of power. He said, we need to remove this crazy person. And then they had to walk it back. Remember, they had to walk it back. They're like, we didn't really mean that. So it's like, you're saying that shit in public and you're Biden. Look, I'm not going to get into the specifics, okay? But you can pretty much read between the lines. Unbelievable. We continue.
You're going to deliver such and such weapons to Ukraine? Oh, I'm afraid. Please don't. What is there to talk about?
Do you think NATO is worried about this becoming a global war or a nuclear conflict?
At least that's what they're talking about. And they're trying to intimidate their own population with an imaginary Russian threat. This is an obvious fact. And thinking people.
See, here's my thing with people like Jupe. Jupe, you're finished, right? Why don't you guys encourage your government to go and take Vladimir Putin out? Why does my country have to be involved? I'm not threatened at all by Russia. You apparently feel threatened by Russia. Fine. Why don't the Finns there and go fight right? Why do I have to do it? Mm-hmm. Why do I take the money I'm making to fund the deposing a guy you guys don't like? If you guys feel so concerned about Russia, go out there and take care of it yourself. Why do Americans have to fit the bill? That's my only problem. Like, I don't think Putin's as bad as y'all are saying he is, but if he is as bad as y'all are saying he is, then go deal with him. We didn't ask you guys to help us with bin Laden. Go take care of business. Yeah, Jupe, I'm serious. Because I keep seeing all these foreign European folks telling Americans what we're supposed to do with our money.
Yeah.
Telling Americans what we're supposed to do with world leaders.
Yeah.
Why does it have to be my country? Go ahead and handle biz, bro. For real, I'm being serious. Go handle biz. If he's that bad, if he's literally Hitler, take a hit for the team, man. We continue.
But thinking people, analysts, those who are engaged in real politics, just smart people understand perfectly well that this is a fake. They're trying to fuel the Russian threat.
The threat I think you're referring to is a Russian invasion of Poland, Latvia, expansionist behavior. Can you imagine a scenario where you sent Russian troops to Poland?
Only in one case, if Poland attacks Russia. Why? Because we have no interest in Poland, Latvia, or anywhere else. Why would we do that? We simply don't have any interest. It's just threat mongering.
Well, the argument, I know you know this, is that, well, he invaded Ukraine. He has territorial aims across the continent, and you're saying unequivocally.
This would be a great time, Tucker, to circle back around
And ask that friggin' question.
and ask that question. How much would you be satisfied with, considering everybody's saying that you're doing this as a land grab? And my position is, I don't believe it was initially a land grab, but I definitely believe it is now. Because I think your folks didn't tell you how much blood and money you were going to have to spend on this shit. That's what I think happened. And regardless of when you came up with that idea, it's very clear that that's the fucking idea, bro. Tucker, you got to ask that question.
Don't. Абсолютно, это абсолютно исключено.
It is absolutely out of the question. You just don't have to be any kind of analyst. It goes against common sense to get involved in some kind of a global war. And a global war will bring all humanity to the brink of destruction. It's obvious. There are certainly means of deterrence. They have been scaring everyone with us all along. Tomorrow, Russia will use tactical nuclear weapons. Tomorrow, Russia will use that. No, the day after tomorrow. So what? In order to extort additional money from U.S. taxpayers and European taxpayers in the confrontation with Russia in the Ukrainian theater of war.
Yep.
The goal is to weaken Russia as much as possible.
Facts. Facts. I want you guys to understand that. Just like his denazification is bullshit, it boggles my mind that Americans are like, oh, we're doing this because we love the freedom-loving people of Ukraine. Knowing full well what the fuck we did in Afghanistan, Iraq, the Horn of Africa, Niger, all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Yemen.
Yeah.
We got kids starving to death. Their fucking rib cages coming out of their skin, all types of shit. You didn't care. Now all of a sudden you believe that your government cares about Ukrainians? That we're the good guys? But the Russians are the only people that have been propagandized? Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. we continue. All I'm saying is America's done writing y'all blank checks, bro. It's over with. We gave y'all $400 or $500 billion in the middle of a recession. Go handle your business. You don't need to have a full-scale war. You guys are next-door neighbors. Go assassinate him. Go assassinate him. But I don't want my kids getting any conflict about no fucking Eastern Europe, and I don't want to spend a single one of my tax dollars to go to them folks over in the Azov Battalion and the rest of those people.
Yep.
We continue.
Facts.
One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, said yesterday, I believe, that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort, or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting there. How do you assess
Wait, who said that?
Wow, who said that?
Continue to One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, said yesterday, I believe, that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort, or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting there. How do you
see? This is another reason I hate this NATO expansion, because Finland, all these new jacks, whatever, they get into a conflict. Now we got to go. That's going to activate Article 5 or something. Like, we got to go and now fight these folks. Nah. And that means my sons could be, we already have one generation in our family deal with the GWAT and get in the middle and all that shit. Now you want my sons to carry that banner in another theater. Man, get out of here, bro. I don't think so. We good.
assess that?
Это провокация.
This is a provocation, and a cheap provocation at that.
Солдаты должны воевать.
I do not understand why American soldiers should fight in Ukraine. There are mercenaries from the United States there. The bigger number of mercenaries comes from Poland, with mercenaries from the United States in second place, and mercenaries from Georgia in third place.
Безусловно.
Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops, that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious. Do the United States...
Notice how he said regular troops?
Yeah.
That's because he knows that we have tier 1 guys over there already.
Oh.
But because they're clandestine, he can save face and say that he's not fighting Americans. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
But if we come with our regular military, then there's no deniability, and then he's going to have to go up against us. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that part, that's him being extremely wise. Like that's him playing 4D chess. I love that, but Tucker is killing me right now. Like I don't know. I don't really think it was on purpose, but it's just really annoying. Go ahead.
This? What for? Thousands of miles away from your national territory. Don't you have anything better to do? You have issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt.
Agree.
More than
Yeah.
$33 trillion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You have nothing better to do, so you should fight in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Come on.
It ain't gonna be nobody in Chuck Schumer's family fighting in
Yeah.
Ukraine.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
It'll be my son. He's the sweetest boy in the world. You want to put a Kalesh in that boy's hand to go kill some Russian people who never done him no harm. We continue.
Wouldn't it be better to negotiate with Russia? Make an agreement?
Agreed.
Already understanding the situation that is developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end, and realizing this, actually return to common sense, start respecting our country and its interests, and look for certain solutions. It seems to me that this is much smarter and more rational.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
I was busy that day.
What did he say?
Me
for
that this
sure.
is much smarter and more rational.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
I was busy that day.
Them Dev Group boys finally earned their little they finally earned their little swim fins there, Dev Group guys. Congratulations. Yeah. Look, this Nord Stream 2 stuff, I mean, it's pertinent to us because one of our suppliers is from Germany. This Nord Stream 2 stuff has been a disaster for those people. You were going to get oil and gas on the cheap. Trump was going over there telling Angela Merkel, come on, look all that we've done for you. This is ungrateful, blah, blah, blah. She's like, what are you talking about? Like, obviously, we're going to buy the gas from these Russians, bro. Get out the way. And then the next thing that happened, once they handed the baton to Biden, Biden said, we're not going to let that happen.
We're not going to let it happen.
He literally
Right.
said it on camera.
Wait a
The
minute.
reporter said,
And lo and behold,
well, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
And then he smiled and he said, we're not going to let it happen.
he thought it was.
And then we detonated it like a year ago. Americans are completely fine with us destroying these people's livelihoods, also harming Germany, because now Germany and the rest of Europe are now a client continent of the United States of America for oil and natural gas. Well done. And if they would have been able to use that pipeline, that would have injured our hegemonic supremacy. So we blew it up. It wouldn't surprise me if this entire show was just for justification to blow up Nord Stream. It would not surprise me. We continue.
Nate, do you have I did not blow up Nord Stream. Thank you, though.
У вас лично, может быть, есть алиби. У вас лично.
You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Did you have evidence that NATO or the CIA did it?
Знаете,
You know, I won't get into details, but people always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities. Because there may be many people interested, but not all of them are.
Why wouldn't he bring up what Biden said?
Which one? I mean,
When
Biden said a
Biden
lot
said
of
we're
shit.
going to stop it. We're not going to let it happen.
Oh, I don't know. He might bring it up. Let's see.
Of sinking to the bottom of the Baltic Sea and carrying out this explosion. These two components should be connected. Who is interested and who is capable of doing it?
But I'm confused. I mean, that's the biggest act of industrial terrorism ever, and it's the largest emission of CO2 in history. Okay, so if you had evidence...
I have no idea what this means. Vin told that they don't want us people to come other countries' help if Russia. I don't know what that means, bro. All I'm saying is I want America out of it. I have no interest in Eastern Europe. The Russians never harmed me. I don't feel any fear for Russia, and I don't have any fear of Ukraine. I obviously don't like the Nazi shit, but that's their heritage. That's fine. All I'm saying is we're out of it. We've spent you guys $400 or $500 billion. Send our special operators over there. You guys can take it. You guys can take it from there, bro. That's my position.
Presumably, given your security services, your intel services, you would, that NATO, the US, CIA, the West did this. Why wouldn't you present it and win a propaganda victory?
In the war of propaganda, it is very difficult to defeat the United States because the United States controls all the world's media and...
Guys, if you don't think you were propagandized by your government, just think about how many thousands of Ukrainian flags you saw all over social media.
Forget about it. In your neighborhood.
If you weren't propagandized, how did that happen?
Mm-hmm.
Your government tells you the type of people you should feel bad for.
Yep.
Nut farmers in Afghanistan, man, fuck those people, bro. Fucking disassemble them alive. Iraqis, man, fuck that people. Niger? Africans? Hell no. I didn't see any Nigerian flags and shit from y'all when that happened. I didn't see any Yemeni flags on everybody's. So obviously we have the strongest, most powerful propaganda outlet in the world. Obviously. But like these people are banking on the American ego. We have the nerve to say that this dude is a propagandist, but we don't think that we've been propagandized by our own country? Holy hell. We continue.
Trust in your government.
Good.
European media. The ultimate beneficiary of the biggest European media are American financial institutions. Don't you know that? So it is possible to get involved in this work, but it is cost prohibitive, so to speak. We can simply shine the spotlight on our sources of information, and we will not achieve results. It is clear to the whole world what happened, and even American analysts.
He doesn't, I disagree with this. He doesn't need to provide any evidence. Hey, dear listener, how did Epstein die? Did he kill himself? Like, the Nord Stream thing is just about as subtle as the Epstein thing.
Yeah.
It's like Americans.
Our president said we're not gonna let it happen. We make a lot of money off of this thing blowing up. Like, what more do you need? I mean, come on.
Incredible. Go ahead.
So, like, literally, my face is getting red. I feel embarrassed for people because it's so obvious.
Talk about it directly. It's true.
Yes, but here's a question you may be able to answer. You worked in Germany, famously. The Germans clearly know that their NATO partner did this, but it damaged their economy greatly. It may never recover. Why are they being silent about it? That's very confusing to me. Why wouldn't the German?
Because what can they do? We're the lone superpower of the planet. We just fucked up their economy so we could hurt Russia. What do the Germans have to do with this conflict, dear listener? This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, you can ignore all the atrocities that the Ukrainians have committed and all the crazy shit that they've done, but, like, who is benefiting from this conflict?
Yeah.
Say something about it.
And what Putin said, like, who has the capabilities to be able to do that also?
Oh, my God.
Like,
Here's
all
Kenneth.
3 points.
Here's Kenneth.
It's us.
Kenneth, I did not say that the Clintons killed Epstein.
Nope.
What I did was ask everybody a question.
If we believe he killed
How did he die? Because my point is that I've never met a single Homo sapien who said they believed what the media told us.
Mm-hmm.
That means elements in our government killed this man, and then our media went along with the bullshit story.
Yep.
That's what I was talking about. Now, you can call that conspiracyism. You can call it whatever you want. I'm a skeptical individual, man. So just because some talking head in a screen says something doesn't mean I'm going to go along with it.
Mm-hmm.
And so the destruction of Nord Stream 2 is an equivalent episode to the death of Mr. Epstein. That was my point. And my point is Americans are comfortable with our government killing one of our citizens before a trial because he was a, quote, pedophile. But we're not realizing that we're now normalizing tyrannical and, yes, fascist behavior. People get snatched up in the dead of night and you don't see them anymore.
That's why they're saying, wait, you're saying the American people didn't care that he got killed because he's a pedophile?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so because he was who he was, we didn't care. But nobody's wise enough to be terrified about that.
Yep.
You got a rich, white, male American at the top of the world. That's an untouchable individual.
Yep.
And even he got
Yep.
by the government. Then our media went along with it. I'm just bringing that up to show you guys that propaganda is your daily life if you're an American.
Mm-hmm.
Good night. We continue.
This also confuses me. But today's German leadership is guided by the interests of the collective West rather than its national interests. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the logic of their action or inaction. After all, it is not only about Nord Stream 1, which was blown up, and the Nord Stream 2 was damaged, but one pipe is safe and sound and gas can be supplied to Europe through it. But Germany does not open it. We are ready, please. There's another route through Poland called Yamal Europe, which also allows for large flow. Poland has closed it, but Poland pecks from the German hand. It receives money from the pan-European funds, and Germany is the main donor to these pan-European funds. Germany feeds Poland to a certain extent, and they close their route to Germany. Why? I don't understand. Ukraine, to which the Germans supply weapons and give money. Germany is the second sponsor of the United States in terms of financial aid to Ukraine. There are two gas routes through Ukraine. They simply closed one route, the Ukrainians. Open the second route and please get gas from Russia. They do not open it. Why don't the Germans say, look guys, we give you money and weapons, open up the valve, please, let the gas from Russia pass through for us. We're buying liquefied gas at exorbitant prices in Europe, which brings the level of our competitiveness and economy in general down to zero. Do you want us to give you money? Let us have the decent existence. Make money for our economy, because this is where the money we give you comes from.
Please keep in mind, dear listener, Nord Stream 2 would have been a boon for the economy in Russia, as well as Germany. Considering the sanctions that we've levied against those poor people, you know, when Biden was saying, aha, they're suffering, and he was mocking all them poor Russian people there. I hope you understand that all your anti-Russian, you know, whatever, like, it's not touching him. He is going to be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Blowing up Nord Stream 2, I promise you, did not turn this guy from a billionaire to a millionaire.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to die rich and happy. Nord Stream 2 being blown up destroys life and hope for millions of those Russians. And they are human beings too. And they have rights too.
They refuse to do so. Why? Ask them. That is what is like in their heads. Those are highly incompetent people.
Well, maybe the world is breaking into two hemispheres, one with cheap energy, the other without. And I want to ask you that. If we're now a multipolar world, obviously we are, can you describe the blocks of alliances? Who is in each side, do you think?
Listen, you have said that the world is breaking into two hemispheres. A human brain is divided into two hemispheres.
Okay.
One is responsible for one type of activities, the other one is more about creativity and so on. But it is still one and the same head. The world should be a single whole. Security should be shared rather than meant for the golden billion. That is the only scenario where the world could be stable, sustainable, and predictable. Until then, While the head is split in two parts, it is an illness, a serious adverse condition. It is a period of severe disease that the world is going through now. But I think that thanks to honest journalism, this work is akin to work of the doctors. This could somehow be remedied.
Well, let's just give one example: the U.S. dollar, which has kind of united the world in a lot of ways. Maybe not to your advantage, but certainly to ours. Is that going away as the reserve currency, the universally accepted currency? How have sanctions, do you think, changed the dollar's place in the world?
You know, to use the dollar as a tool of foreign policy struggle is one of the biggest strategic mistakes made by the U.S. political leadership. The dollar is the cornerstone of the United States power. I think everyone understands very well that no matter how many dollars are printed, they are quickly dispersed all over the world. Inflation in the United States is minimal. It's about 3 or 3.4%, which is, I think, totally acceptable for the US. But they won't stop printing. What does the debt of $33 trillion tell us about? It is about the emission. Nevertheless, it is the main weapon used by the United States to preserve its power across the world. As soon as the political leadership decided to use the US dollar as a tool of political struggle, a blow was dealt to this American power. I would not like to use any strong language, but it is a stupid thing to do and a grave mistake. Look at what is going on in the world. Even the United States allies are now downsizing their dollar reserves. Seeing this, everyone starts looking for ways to protect themselves. But the fact that the United States applies restrictive measures to certain countries, such as placing restrictions on transactions, freezing assets, etc., causes grave concern and sends a signal to the whole world. What did we have here? Until 2022, about 80% of Russian foreign trade transactions were made in US dollars and euros. US dollars accounted for approximately 50% of our transactions with third countries, while currently it is down to 13%. It wasn't us who banned the use of the US dollar. We had no such intention. It was decision of the United States to restrict our transactions in US dollars. I think it is complete foolishness from the point of view of the interests of the United States itself and its taxpayers, as it damages the US economy, undermines the power of the United States across the world. By the way, our transactions in yuan accounted for about 3%. Today, 34% of our transactions are made in rubles and about as much, a little over 34% in yuan. Why did the United States do this? My only guess is self-conceit. They probably thought it would lead to full collapse, but nothing collapsed. Moreover, other countries, including oil producers, are thinking of and already accepting payments for oil in yuan. Do you even realize what is going on or not? Does anyone in the United States realize this? What are you doing? You are cutting yourself off. All experts say this. Ask any intelligent and thinking person in the United States what the dollar means for the US. You're killing it with your own hands.
I think that's I think that's a fair assessment. The question is what.
He's right. When you're so arrogant, you think you can just trounce through the planet, do all types of shit to people, and they're being It's an act of self-defense, dear listener. Only Americans can do this. Only Americans can go invade another person's country, blow up their economic future, all types of shit. We're the only ones that can do that shit to people and then come off really believing that we're the good guys. We continue. Holy shit.
Comes next, and maybe you trade one colonial power for another, much less sentimental and forgiving colonial power. I mean, is the BRICS, for example, in danger of being completely dominated by the Chinese economy in a way that's not good for their sovereignty? Do you worry about that?
Well, we have heard those boogeyman stories before. It is a boogeyman story. We're neighbors with China. You cannot choose neighbors just as you cannot choose close relatives. We share a border of 1,000 kilometers with them. This is number one. Second, we have a centuries-long history of coexistence. We're used to it. Third, China's foreign policy philosophy is not aggressive. Its idea is to always look for compromise, and we can see that. The next point is as follows. We are always told the same boogeyman story, and here it goes again, through an euphemistic form, but it is still the same boogeyman story. The cooperation with China keeps increasing. The pace at which China's cooperation with Europe is growing is higher and greater than that of the growth of Chinese-Russian cooperation. Ask Europeans, aren't they afraid? They might be, I don't know. But they are still trying to access China's market at all costs, especially now that they are facing economic problems. Chinese businesses are also exploring the European market. Do Chinese businesses have small presence in the United States? Yes, the political decisions are such that they are trying to limit their cooperation with China. It is to your own detriment, Mr. Tucker, that you are limiting cooperation with China. You are hurting yourself. It is a delicate matter, and there are no silver bullet solutions, just as it is with the dollar. So, before introducing any illegitimate sanctions, illegitimate in terms of the Charter of the United Nations,
my summary of all this is that the economic warfare that we launched against the good citizens of Russia resulted in the rest of the world saying, wait a second, you guys, because we're so dependent on you guys can decide you're going to summarily and unilaterally punish all of us anytime that you want. And we said, yeah. And so they say, well, shit, maybe we need to be thinking about other forms of currency so we're not held in probation by one country for the rest of our lives. That's essentially what's happening. And when that happens, the dollar is going to get devalued because the other ones are watering it down, if that makes any sense. We continue.
One should think very carefully. For decision makers, this appears to be a problem.
So you said a moment ago that the world would be a lot better if it weren't broken into competing alliances, if there was cooperation globally. One of the reasons you don't have that is because the current American administration is dead set against you. Do you think if there were...
One of the reasons they cannot cooperate is because the current administration is dead set against him.
Which is obvious. Well, he hasn't called him. And you said it's on us to do that.
Yeah, I'm not... during the whole Russiagate situation, I shot a video. And it was listing off about 50 hostile actions Trump took against Russia. Because there was this Russian college professor that was saying, I keep seeing in the news how he's in our back pocket. And then she goes on to list all these hostile actions that Trump took against Russia. So I don't really know the real answer to that one, because to put this all on Biden, yeah, that doesn't work for me, man, because like I said, we've been hostile to them. We were hostile to them during the Trump situation. It's just that Americans were so propagandized by their media that they didn't even realize what he was doing. So I'm just uncomfortable putting it all on Biden. It just sounds like more his simplistic Republican Democrat shit. But let me hear out what he has to say, and I'll read the comments and might come up with a better idea. We continue.
Administration after Joe Biden that you would be able to reestablish communication with the U.S. government, or does it not matter who the president is?
Сейчас скажу, но чтобы закончить предыдущий вопрос.
I will tell you, but let me finish the previous thought. We, together with my colleague and friend, President Xi Jinping, set a goal to reach $200 billion of mutual trade with China this year. We have exceeded this level. According to our figures, our bilateral trade with China totals already $230 billion, and the Chinese statistics says it is $240 billion. One more important thing. Our trade is well balanced, mutually complementary in high tech, energy, scientific research, and development. It is very balanced. As for BRICS, where Russia took over the presidency this year, the BRICS countries are, by and large, developing very rapidly. Look, if memory serves me right, back in 1992, the share of the G7 countries in the world economy amounted to 47%, whereas in 2022, it was down to, I think, a little over 30%. The BRICS countries accounted for only 16% in 1992, but now their share is greater than that of the G7. It has nothing to do with the events in Ukraine. This is due to the trends of global development and world economy, as I mentioned just now. And this is inevitable. This will keep happening. It is like the rise of the sun. You cannot prevent the sun from rising. You have to adapt to it. How do the United States adapt? With the help of force, sanctions, pressure, bombings, and use of armed forces. This is about self-conceit. Your political establishment does not understand that the world is changing under objective circumstances. And in order to preserve your level, even if someone aspires, to the level of dominance, you have to make the right decisions in a competent and timely manner. Such brutal actions, including with regard to Russia and, say, other countries, are counterproductive. This is an obvious fact. It has already become evident. You just asked me if another leader comes and changes something. It is not about the leader. It is not about the personality of a particular person. I had a very good relationship with, say, Bush. I know that in the United States, he was portrayed as some kind of a country boy who does not understand much. I assure you that this is not the case. I think he made a lot of mistakes with regard to Russia, too. I told you about 2008 and the decision in Bucharest to open the NATO's doors for Ukraine and so on. That happened during his presidency. He actually exercised pressure on the Europeans. But in general, on a personal human level, I had a very good relationship with him. He was no worse than any other American or Russian or European politician. I assure you, he understood what he was doing as well as others. I had such personal relationship with Trump as well. It is not about...
See, now that's the clip that's going to get sound bit. They're going to say, Putin said he was cool with Bush, and then now he said he's cool with Trump. Okay, and what do both of those things have in common? They're both Republicans. So this shows the Republicans are part of the giant conspiracy.
Oh, boy.
You know that's just about to happen.
Yep.
Okay, it is a good sign that we have presidents who actually can have a non-adversarial relationship with a nuclear power. I think that's good.
We should, for sure.
We should continue. Hit play, please.
Personality of the leader. It is about the elite's mindset. If the idea of domination at any cost, based also on forceful actions, dominates the American society, nothing will change. It will only get worse. But if, in the end, one comes to the awareness that the world has been changing due to the objective circumstances, and that one should be able to adapt to them in time, using the advantages that the US still has today, then perhaps something may change. Look, China's economy has become the first economy in the world in purchasing power parity. In terms of volume, it overtook the US a long time ago. The USA comes second, then India, 1.5 billion people, and then Japan, with Russia.
I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. A lot of the shit that you buy on Amazon was sourced in China. If you're an Amazon seller, everybody knows about China. I'm not going to name the website, but he's right about that. You better get on shit while you can, because the Chinese have a lot of incentive right now to give us a whole bunch of shit for jerk teeth. So there you go. Hit play.
Fifth place. Russia was the first economy in Europe last year, despite all the sanctions and restrictions. Is it normal from your point of view? Sanctions, restrictions, impossibility of payments in dollars, being cut off from SWIFT services, sanctions against our ships carrying oil, sanctions against airplanes, sanctions in everything, everywhere. The largest number of sanctions in the world which are applied against Russia. And we have become...
Chomsky said that sanctions are acts of violence and war. That's one of those things where Americans really don't understand what we're doing to people.
Yep, I think you're right.
You know, like I can show you a video and say, look at this, you know, this guy's body is all over the place, you know, with a drone and shit. Yeah. But like there's some sense in which I'd rather get droned than sanctioned, to be honest with you. Like sanctioning is that bad, dude. Especially what we did to these people. Hit play.
Europe's first economy during this time. The tools that US uses don't work. Well, one has to think about what to do. If this realization comes to the ruling elites, then yes, then the first person of the state will act in anticipation of what the voters and the people who make decisions at various levels expect from this person. Then maybe something will change.
But you're describing two different systems. You say that the leader acts in the interest of the voters, but you also say these decisions are not made by the leader, they're made by the ruling classes. You've run this country for so long, you've known all these American presidents. What are those power centers in the United States, do you think? Like, who actually makes the decisions?
See, this segment right here seems to be Tucker making a case for Trump, which that might be a little bit conspiratorial, but there's still questions about the invasion. Why did you come in from the north?
Yeah.
How much land is it? Like, these are the things that everybody literally on the planet is worried about.
Yeah.
These are the actions, actually, that validate people. We got a Finnish friend here that validate these people's concern and, quite frankly, fear of the Russians. Mm-hmm. And so you should have been hanging around that. Now he's saying, where are the power centers in America? Why? So that he can notice how Putin used the term elites.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a terminology that Tucker uses. It's basically, that's the idea. It's like he's positioned himself, this is brilliant actually, as like the everyday American, and the elites, all those people are above us. They're that's destroying the country, as if Tucker's not part of the elites. Like, what are you talking about? Smart. Right? But like, I don't care what Vladimir Putin thinks about like the centers of American power are. I don't want to hear that. But what's going to happen is people are going to look at it and they're going to be like, well, shit, we got to vote Republican because, look, because you don't want no more war and you don't want to get in a nuclear conflict with these people. That shit is kind of weird to me, bro.
Yeah, it's true. Like, we're not trying to talk about what we have going on over here. We went to this interview because we want to know what's going on over there.
Yeah, man. Like, I don't know, bro. Like I'm extremely frustrated with Tucker right now, bro. Honestly, like this dude is not saying anything earth-shattering on Putin. But why do we care what Vladimir Putin, who the centers of power? The only thing that would influence is who people are going to vote for in a couple months. So This is him doing the campaigning for Trump. I'm not really a fan of it. Go ahead.
Америка сложная страна, такая очень, с одной стороны, консервативная.
I don't know. America is a complex country.
Okay. You need to listen to Tucker more. He did say he was an elite, and he said he was sorry for it.
Oh, wow.
All right. Well, I'll take that on good faith, but it doesn't matter to me because he still acts like he's not one. Mm-hmm. He says the elites are going to do X, Y, Z to us, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I hear your point, and we had to put that up there for accuracy. Thank you for the correction. We continue.
Conservative on one hand, rapidly changing on the other. It's not easy for us to sort it all out. Who makes decisions in the elections? Is it possible to understand this when each state has its own legislation? Each state regulates itself?
Pause it. Are you freaking kidding me right now?
Well, I thought this question
was Are we going into the Democrats stole the election? We're asking Vladimir Putin. Okay. Jeez, you gotta help me with this. I know people that work for the U.S. government. That's I asked this question about the stolen election thing. And this is a guy, he's a Trump guy. He's a Trump guy. I mean, if I told you the organization he worked for, you guys would know immediately. Okay, these guys they all have to be Trump people. He then went to explain to me about municipalities and things of that nature. Basically, he said, that's impossible. He said, I can't believe that Trump lost, but what he's talking about is impossible, and that's the reason why even the Supreme Court justices and the local judges that he set up all said you have no case. In my mind, it's over with. Mm-hmm. Bro, you lost. You did not encourage your people to do mail-in voting. You fucked up in Georgia. The black lady in Georgia fucked you up. You lost. But are we really about to have Vladimir Putin, who's been the fucking president for 24 years, and there's a little space with Medvedev. But Medvedev was just basically his lackey, and lo and behold, he showed up again. You are now going to talk to us about election integrity. God, please do not let this man do this right now, bro.
And, like, Russia being involved was like that. It was like a
big giant thing. So he better not be going in election conspiracy shit. I swear to God, bro.
Who makes decisions in the elections? Is it possible to understand this when each state has its own legislation? Each state regulates itself? Someone can be excluded from elections at the state level. It is a two-stage electoral system. It is very difficult for us to understand it. Certainly, there are two parties that are dominant, the Republicans and the Democrats. And within this party system, the centers that make decisions, that prepare decisions. Then, look, why, in my opinion, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, such an erroneous, crude, completely unjustified policy of pressure was pursued against Russia? After all, this is a policy of pressure. NATO expansion, support for the separatists in Caucasus, creation of a missile defense system. These are all elements of pressure. Pressure. Then, dragging Ukraine into NATO is all about pressure. Why? I think, among other things, because excessive production capacities were created. During the confrontation with the Soviet Union, there were many centers created and specialists on the Soviet Union who could not do anything else. They convinced the political leadership that it is necessary to continue chiseling Russia, to try to break it up, to create on this territory several quasi-state entities, and to subdue them in a divided form, to use their combined potential for the future struggle with China. This is a mistake, including the excessive potential of those who worked for the confrontation with the Soviet Union. It is necessary to get rid of this. There should be new, fresh forces, people who look into the future and understand what is happening in the world. Look at how Indonesia is developing. 600 million people. Where can we get away from that? Nowhere. We just have to assume that Indonesia will enter. It is already in the club of the world's leading economies, no matter who likes it or dislikes it. Yes, we understand and are aware that in the United States, despite all the economic problems, the situation is still normal, with the economy growing decently. The GDP is growing by 2.5%, if I'm not mistaken. But if we want to ensure the future, then we need to change our approach to what is changing. As I already said, the world would nevertheless change, regardless of how the developments in Ukraine end. The world is changing. In the United States themselves, experts are writing that the United States are nonetheless gradually changing their position in the world. It is your experts who write that. I just read them. The only question is how this would happen, painfully and quickly, or gently and gradually. And this is written by people who are not anti-American. They simply follow global development trends. That's it. And in order to assess them and change policies, we need people who think, look forward, can analyze and recommend certain decisions at the level of political leaders.
I just have to ask, you've said clearly that NATO expansion eastward is a violation of the promise you all were made in 1990. It's a threat to your country. Right before you sent troops into Ukraine, the Vice President of the United States went to the Munich Security Conference and encouraged the President of Ukraine to join NATO. Do you think that was an effort to provoke you?
This is what I said earlier, that we were constantly poking, and putting this dude in an impossible situation because we were accumulating all of these WMDs right on this guy's freaking border.
Yeah.
And then here comes Kamala. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Go ahead, hit play.
Into military action.
Мы просто, я еще раз повторяю, мы многократно предлагали...
I repeat once again, we have repeatedly proposed to seek a solution to the problems that arose in Ukraine after 2014 coup d'etat through peaceful means. But no one listened to us. And moreover, the Ukrainian leaders who were under the complete U.S. control suddenly declared that they would not comply with the Minsk agreements. They disliked everything there and continued military activity in that territory.
Шло освоение этой территории натовскими военными структурами под видом различных центров.
And in parallel, that territory was being exploited by NATO.
Okay, so we're going back to the invasion. What did he say before you sent your troops in, instead of calling it an invasion? That's okay. I'm being dumb. I would have called it an invasion, though. When I talk about Iraq, I say we invaded Iraq.
Yeah.
So we're trying to be consistent here.
Yep.
So? Since we're going back to the root causes of your invasion, hopefully Tucker will circle back and ask that question.
Yeah, bring it back.
Why were you in the North?
Yeah.
Why are you still there? What will satisfy you?
Yep. When is
Those
enough
were
enough?
really good questions that were not answered, Mr. Carlson.
Military structures under the guise of various personnel training and retraining centers. They essentially began to create bases there. That's all. Ukraine announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality, while passing the laws that limit the rights of non-titular nationalities in Ukraine. Ukraine, having received all these southeastern territories as a gift from the Russian people, suddenly announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality in that territory. Is that normal?
That's when they deleted the Russian language as part of the official language of Russia and all the rest. It's all these very hostile sort of pre-Holocaustian kind of moves that are getting made. And then you got these folks getting bombed, all types of shit. Imagine being a Russian in Donbass when that happens. You see the government doing all this shit.
Yeah,
then the government is
gosh.
unseating anybody that disagrees with the war machine. We continue.
Прекратить.
All this put together led to the decision to end the war that neo-Nazis started in Ukraine in 2014.
Do you think Zelensky has the freedom to negotiate a settlement
No.
to this conflict?
don't think so either.
No.
I don't know.
Zelensky is stuck between imperialist Americans and
And the Nazis.
insane idealistic Nazis
Yeah.
who will literally fight to the death.
Yep.
Like, as I've always said, like, his cardinal sin has been cowardice. Always been cowardice. We continue.
But I mean, wasn't he a comedian before all
Yeah,
this?
he's not built for this
Like,
shit.
yeah, like he picked that
Yeah.
job for a reason.
Yeah, like he was cross-dressing
How
and
did he
shit. He
even-
was in a dress kissing dudes, which, fine. But, like,
How did he even get in
it's
this
not going to
position?
engender a lot of... Well, one of the things that he ran on was we're going to have peace with Russia.
Oh, shit.
That was one of his main things.
Well,
And that's why I'm saying, like, I understand there's a Nazi problem there, but the common everyday Ukrainian voted for him, and one of his main
Yeah.
issues was, I'm going to
gonna
stop
bring
this
peace.
conflict. That means the Ukrainian people in the main
wanted
are not
peace.
bloodthirsty, crazy people who want
Right.
to kill their cousins and their grandparents.
Right.
Good
right.
night.
What's up, Doug?
Details, of course, it's difficult for me to judge. But I believe he has, in any case, he used to have. His father fought against the fascists, Nazis, during World War II.
Oh, wow.
I once talked to him about this. I said, Volodya, what are you doing? Why are you supporting neo-Nazis in Ukraine today, while your father fought against
Because you have
fascism?
no choice.
He was a frontline soldier. I will not tell you what he answered. This is a separate topic, and I think it's incorrect for me to do so. But as to the freedom of choice, why not? He came to power on the expectations of Ukrainian people that he would lead Ukraine to peace.
See?
He talked about this. It was thanks to this that he won the elections overwhelmingly.
Wow.
But then, when he came to power,
Wow.
in my opinion, he realized two things. Firstly, it is better not to clash with neo-Nazis and nationalists because they are aggressive and very active. You can expect anything from them. And secondly, the US-led West supports them and will always support those who antagonize with Russia. It is beneficial and safe. So he took the relevant position despite promising his people to end the war in Ukraine.
Wow.
He deceived his voters.
But do you think at this point, as of February 2024, he has the latitude, the freedom to speak with you or your government directly about putting an end to this, which clearly isn't helping his country or the world? Can he do that, do you think?
Ну, а почему нет? Он же
Why
считается
not?
главой государства.
He considers himself head of state. He won
That's a
the
fake
elections.
answer, right?
Although we
He
believe
knows
in
why.
Russia that the coup d'etat is the primary source of power
He
for
knows why.
everything that happened after 2014. And in this sense, even today, government is flawed. But he considers himself the president, and he is recognized by the United States, all of Europe, and practically the rest of the world in such a capacity. Why not? He can. We negotiated with Ukraine in Istanbul. We agreed. He was aware of this. Moreover, the negotiation group leader, Mr. Arhamia is his last name, I believe still heads the faction of the ruling party, the party of the president in the Rada. He still heads the presidential faction in the Rada, the country's parliament. He still sits there. He even put his preliminary signature on the document I am telling you about. But then he publicly stated to the whole world, we were ready to sign this document, but Mr. Johnson, then the Prime Minister of Great Britain, came and dissuaded us from doing this, saying it was better to fight Russia. They would give everything needed for us to return what was lost during the
Yeah.
clashes with Russia. And we agreed with this proposal.
Who's doing this?
Look, his statement has been published.
You wanna back
He
it up?
said it
Yeah.
publicly. Mr. Johnson, then the Prime Minister of Great Britain, came and
Boris
dissuaded us from doing this, saying it was better to fight Russia.
Pause it. That's true. That's true. We sent Boris Johnson down there, who's basically the Trump of the UK. And he also stymied the peace talks. We have been interfering with peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. I want you guys to understand that. We have taken a position of
Yeah.
antagonism since Russia, I mean, obviously throughout the Cold War, but if you just marked it from 1991, when the USSR crumbled, and we said we were going to move an inch eastward, it's been nothing but aggression and incitement and insurrection from our country. That's what's been going on. And then we just sent one of our lackeys over there to fuck up their peace negotiations. This is 6 months after they assassinated Dennis Kyriev, who was a peacenik.
Jeez.
And then after they assassinated the peacenik, they then unseated all other political parties, because they have more than 2 political parties.
Okay.
They unseated and made illegal all other political parties that were pushing for peace, and then they nationalized the fucking media.
Wow. Wow.
All the people that saw fascism
Yeah.
in Trump eating a hot dog on Twitter can't seem to see what the fuck is going on here. We continue. Holy
Everything
hell.
needed for us to return what was lost during the clashes with Russia, and we agreed with this proposal. Look, his statement has been published. He said it publicly. Can they return to this or not? The question is, do they want it or not? Further on, President of Ukraine issued a decree prohibiting.
I think he does want it, but here's what I was showing. You guys can check out the date. I'm not a loser. Zelensky clashes with veterans over Donbass disengagement. It started as an argument on October 26th. Vladimir Zelensky locked horns with war veterans in the front line of Zelody in Lugansk Oblast. The president was pushing for a mutual disengagement. This is the story I was talking about when they rolled up on dude and they laughed at him and he said, "I'm not a sucker."
It's a video.
See right there, I'm not a loser. And then after that, they went out and told everybody how they're going to kill him in the town square if he ever betrayed them. We continue. Can you hit play?
Oh, sorry.
Negotiations with us. Let him cancel that decree, and that's it. We have never refused negotiations, indeed. We hear all the time, is Russia ready? Yes, we have not refused. It was them who publicly refused. Well, let him cancel his decree and enter into negotiations. We have never refused. And the fact that they obeyed the demand or persuasion of Mr. Johnson, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, seems ridiculous and very sad to me. Because, as Mr. Arakamiya put it, we could have stopped those hostilities with war a year and a half ago already.
Wow.
Let that sink in,
But the
guys.
British persuaded us and we
Unbelievable. Continue.
this. Where is Mr. Johnson now? And the war continues.
Yep.
That's a good question. Where do you think he is, and why did he do that?
Hell knows. I don't understand it myself. There was a general starting point. For some reason, everyone had the illusion that Russia could be defeated on the battlefield. Because of arrogance, because of a pure heart, but not because of a great mind.
Yeah, pause it.
You've described it.
Yeah, me and Doug were trying to help folks. Because we had folks out here saying that the Ukrainians were giving it to the Russians. Yeah, I'm not gonna mention. You got people in this room that was saying that dumb shit. So we tried. We got up on there. And we were like, yo, there is no way these Ukrainians have a chance against these people, bruh. I don't know if you guys remember that, but a lot of you guys got propagandized into believing that this shit was somehow even. We continue.
Yikes.
Between Russia and Ukraine, you've described Russia itself a couple of times as orthodox. That's central to your understanding of Russia. You said you're orthodox. What does that mean for you? You're a Christian leader by your own description. So what effect does that have on you?
You know, as I already mentioned, in 988, Prince Vladimir himself was baptized following the example of his grandmother, Princess Olga. And then he baptized his squad. And then, gradually, over the course of several years, he baptized all the Rus. It was a lengthy process, from pagans to Christians. It took many years. But in the end, this orthodoxy, Eastern Christianity, deeply rooted itself in the consciousness of the Russian people. When Russia expanded and absorbed other nations who profess Islam, Buddhism, and Judaism, Russia has always been very loyal to those people who profess other religions. This is her strength.
It's true. He's got a contingent of Muslims fighting on the front lines right now. Mm-hmm. He got folks in Somalia strapping up and fighting for him. He's right about that.
This is absolutely clear. And the fact is that the main postulates, main values are very similar, not to say the same, in all world religions I've just mentioned, and which are the traditional religions of the Russian Federation, Russia. By the way, Russian authorities were always very careful about the culture and religion of those people who came into the Russian Empire. This, in my opinion, forms the basis of both security and stability of the Russian statehood. All the peoples inhabiting Russia basically consider it their motherhood. If, say, people move over to you or to Europe from Latin America, an even clearer and more understandable example, people come, but yet they have come to you or to European countries from their historical homeland. And people who profess different religions in Russia consider Russia their motherland. They have no other motherland. We are together. This is one big family. And our traditional...
I never said Russia didn't have a chance against Ukraine. I just simply said that the Ukrainians have an infinite supply of weapons because we're funding them. But no, I never said for a second that the Ukrainians were ever going to overwhelm the Russians. We continue.
Views are very similar. I've just mentioned one big family, but everyone has her own family. And this is the basis of our society. And if we say that the motherland and the family are specifically connected with each other, it is indeed the case, since it is impossible to ensure a normal future for our children and our families unless we ensure a normal, sustainable future for the entire country, for the motherland. That is why patriotic sentiment is so strong in Russia.
But can I say that the one way in which the religions are different is that Christianity is specifically a nonviolent religion. Jesus says, turn the other cheek, don't kill. How can a leader who has to kill, of any country, how can a leader be a Christian? How do you reckon?
You don't have to kill. You actually don't have to kill. You didn't have to invade them. You were threatened, absolutely. And I'm not even talking about this from a secular perspective. I'm talking as a Christian now. Mm-hmm. From a Christian perspective, you were under absolutely a legitimate threat. But you didn't give God time to work, bro. You went in there yourself. So you do not have to kill as a leader. You don't have to kill anybody. As far as, technically how to work that, the scripture says a soldier doesn't bear the sword in vain. He is God's servant to distribute justice to the wrongdoer. So I think that's a job for folks who are not actively following Jesus. And so there's a way in which you could still be the head of state without necessarily doing that. But yeah, keep going. Let's go.
Style that to yourself.
Очень легко. Если речь идет о защите себя и своих.
It is very easy when it comes to protecting oneself and one's family, one's homeland. We won't attack anyone. When did the developments in Ukraine start? Since the coup d'etat and the hostilities in Donbass.
How can you say we don't attack anyone? You attack the Ukrainians, bruh. What do you mean? What do you mean we don't attack anybody? You attack the Ukrainians from the north. We continue.
Begun, that's when they started. And we're protecting our people, ourselves, our homeland, and our future. As for religion in general, it's not about external manifestations. It's not about going to church every day or banging your head on the floor. It is in the heart. And our culture is so human-oriented. Dostoevsky, who was very well known in the West and the genius of Russian culture, Russian literature, spoke a lot about this, about the Russian soul.
Русский человек, российский человек, он думает больше о вечном, думает больше о ценности.
After all, Western society is more pragmatic. Russian people think more about the eternal, about moral values. I don't know, maybe you won't agree with me, but Western culture is more pragmatic after all.
Возможность вот сегодняшнему этому золотому миллиарду.
I'm not saying this is bad. It makes it possible for today's golden billion to achieve good success in production, even in science and so.
He's saying he reacted to the attacks on the people in Ukraine. I'm with you. If he would have remained in the Donbass region or Lugansk, whatever, I would be 100,000% with you, bruh. But they initiated this conflict from the north. This is just, to me, this is like the Israelis saying that they're going after Hamas, but then bombing the shit out of the West Bank. There's no Hamas in the West Bank. See what I'm saying? So that's my issue with that take. Go ahead.
Выглядим одинаково, но
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that we kind of look the same, that our minds
So
are
do you
built
see
a
the
little
supernatural at work as you look out across what's happening in the world now? Do you see God at work? Do you ever think to yourself, these are forces that are not human?
да нет, я, честно говоря, так не думаю. Я думаю о том, что
No, to be honest, I don't think so.
развивается вот по своим внутренним.
My opinion is that the development of the world community is in accordance with the inherent laws, and those laws are what they are.
Так было всегда в истории человечества.
It's always been this way in the history of mankind. Some nations and countries rose, became stronger and more numerous, and then left the international stage, losing the status they had accustomed to.
Не нужно приводить эти примеры. Но начиная
There's probably no need for me to give examples, but we could start with the Genghis Khan and horde conquerors, the Golden Horde, and then end with the Roman Empire.
человечество каждый
It seems that there has never been anything like the Roman Empire in the history of mankind.
варваров постепенно накапливался.
Nevertheless, the potential of the barbarians gradually grew, as did their population. In general, the barbarians were getting stronger and begun to develop economically, as we would say today.
Экономически они стали укрепляться.
This eventually led to the collapse of the Roman Empire and the regime imposed by the Romans.
500 лет. Этот процесс.
However, it took 5 centuries for the Roman Empire to fall apart.
В сегодняшней ситуации
The difference with what is happening now
процессы изменений
is that all the processes of change are happening at a much faster pace than in Roman times.
So when does the AI empire start, do you think?
меня все более
You're
сложные.
asking increasingly more complicated questions. To answer them, you need to be an expert in big numbers, big data, and AI. Mankind is currently facing many threats. Due to the genetic researches, it is now possible to create a superhuman, a specialized human being, a genetically engineered athlete, scientist, military man. There are reports that Elon Musk had already had a chip implanted in the human brain in the USA.
Илон Маск внедрил уже чип в мозг какого-то человека.
What do you think of that?
Ну, Маска, я думаю, что Маска
Well, I
Who
think
cares?
there's no stopping
Yeah,
Elon
I know,
Musk.
right.
He will.
I don't care
Please
about
get
what
back to the
Vlad
original
Putin thinks about
questions.
AI, bro.
Yeah. What a weird question to ask.
I would like a date as to when he's going to leave them people alone and go
Yep.
back to his house. I'd like that date. I would like to answer the question, what would satisfy him? There's a lot of shit. You got a journalist over there. You got Nazis in your country. There's a lot of shit we can be asking the homie.
Yeah.
Why are we talking to him about AI? And
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a Christian, obviously. Fine. That's something you ask offline or something.
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? What are we doing? Why are we asking this question? This is so stupid. Look at Putin's laughing at him. Good night.
As he sees fit. Nevertheless, you need to find some common ground with him. search for ways to persuade him. I think
Yeah, I swear to God, bro, this is like one of them. You know those like lightning dates that they do where like they switch seats and shit, and then they start talking. Like that's what I feel like. What's your take on AI? What's your take on religion? Let's see if we're compatible. Tucker Putin in this bitch. We continue.
he's a smart person. I truly believe he is. So you need to reach an agreement with him because this process needs to be formalized. And I think he's a smart person. I truly believe he is. Nevertheless,
Oh,
you
Elon.
need to find some common ground with him. Search for ways to persuade him. I think he's a smart person. I truly believe he is. So you need to reach an agreement with him because this process needs to be formalized and subjected to certain rules.
Того, что будет происходить с ним в связи с развитием вот этих новейших исследований и технологий.
Humanity has to consider what is going to happen due to the newest development in genetics or in AI. One can make an approximate prediction of what will happen.
Угрозу своему существованию от ядерного оружия все начали обладатели ядерного
Once mankind felt an existential threat coming from nuclear weapons, all nuclear nations began to come to terms with one another since they realized the negligent use of nuclear weaponry could drive humanity to extinction.
искусственного интеллекта, либо генетики, либо еще каких-то современных направлений, остановить которые
It
невозможно.
is impossible to stop research in genetics or AI today, just as it was impossible to stop the use of gunpowder back in the day.
Эти исследования все равно будут. Но когда человечество почувствует угрозу для себя,
But as soon as we realize that the threat comes from unbridled and uncontrolled development of AI, or genetics, or any other field, the time will come to reach an international agreement on how to regulate these things.
I agree with
I
that.
appreciate all the time you've given us. I just got to ask you one last question, and that's about someone who's very famous in the United States, probably not here, Evan Gershkovich, who's the Wall Street Journal reporter. He's 32, and he's been in prison for almost a year. This is a huge story in the United States, and I just want to ask you directly, without getting into the details of it or your version of what happened, if as a sign of your decency, you would be willing to release him to us and we'll bring him back to the United States.
мы столько сделали жестов доброй воли, что, мне кажется, мы исчерпали все линии.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I think we have run out of them.
Ни разу не ответил. Но
We have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner.
что мы
However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we can do that
исключаем того, что мы можем это
if our
сделать
partners take reciprocal steps.
в встречном движении со стороны наших.
When I talk about the partners, I first of all refer to special services.
Представителей специальных служб.
Special services are in contact with one another. They are talking about the matter in question.
На то, чтобы не решить это.
There is no taboo to settle this
Мы
issue.
готовы ее решать.
We are willing to solve it.
Есть определенные условия, которые
But there are certain terms being discussed via special services channels.
партнерским каналом между спецслужбами.
I believe an agreement can be reached.
So typically, I mean, this stuff has happened for obviously centuries. One country catches another.
Yo, I like that though.
Well, why?
Give him to me. Let me take him home. That's good. That's good. And look,
Yeah.
if he accomplishes that, if he found a way to accomplish that shit, then I will justify all the bullshit in this interview
Yeah.
and say the entire interview was designed to get that American back. And that's worth it to me.
Yeah.
But ugh.
Within its borders, it trades it for one of its own intel guys in another country. I think what makes, and it's not my business, but what makes this difference is the guy's obviously not a spy. He's a kid, and maybe he was breaking your.
That's he's obviously not a spy. What spy? What operative?
Yeah,
what
yeah.
operative looks like an operative? That's the
Right,
entire
right,
point.
Right. Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
What the fuck? You think they train you at the farm to hey guys, I'm a CIA asset. What? What a dumb thing to say. Shout out to Tucker. He's clearly not a spy. He's a kid.
Some way, but he's not a super spy, and everybody knows that. And he's being held hostage in exchange, which is true. With respect, it's true, and everyone knows it's true. So maybe he's in a different category. Maybe it's not fair to ask for somebody else in exchange for letting him out. Maybe it degrades Russia to do that.
Вы знаете, можно как угодно говорить, что такое шпион, что не шпион.
You know, you can give different interpretations to what constitutes a spy, but there are certain things provided by law. If person gets secret information and does that in conspiratorial manner, then this is qualified as espionage.
And the facts are ambassadors, things of that nature, function as cover, educators, function as cover, and journalists function as cover, because then you're asking questions, but you have a reason to be asking questions, right? There's a reason you're for, okay, you work in journalism, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
I am almost certain that dude is an agency asset, if not directly, definitely ostensibly. We continue.
That is exactly what he was doing. He was receiving classified, confidential information, and he did it covertly. Maybe he did that out of carelessness or his own initiative. Considering the sheer fact, this is qualified as espionage. The fact has been proven, as he was caught red-handed when he was receiving this information. If it had been some far-fetched excuse, some fabrication, something not proven, it would have been a different story then. But he was caught red-handed when he was secretly getting confidential information. What is it then?
But are you suggesting that he was working for the U.S. government or NATO?
Obviously.
Or he was just a reporter who was given material he wasn't supposed to have? Those seem like very different.
There's a reporter that was just given. Tucker's playing stupid here, but you know what? He's advocating for an American. So
shout out to
go
him.
ahead, Tucker.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I swear to God, bro, bring that kid back, man. I'd be so happy.
Yeah.
Very different things.
Я не знаю, на кого он работал.
I don't know who he was working for, but I would like to reiterate that getting classified information in secret is called espionage, and he was working for the U.S. Special Services, some other agencies. I don't think he was working for Monaco, as Monaco is hardly interested in getting that information. It is up to special services to come to an agreement. Some groundwork has been laid. There are people who, in our view, are not connected with special services. Let me tell you a story about a person serving a sentence in an allied country of the U.S. That person, due to patriotic sentiments, eliminated a bandit in one of the European capitals. During the events in the Caucasus, do you know what he was doing? I don't want to say that, but I will do it anyway. He was laying our soldiers, taken prisoner, on the road and then drove his car over their heads.
Oh, God.
What kind of person is that? Can he even be called human? But there was a patriot who eliminated him in one of the European capitals. Whether he did it of his own volition or not, that is a different question.
Yeah, but Evan Dershkovitz didn't do that. I mean, that's a completely different. I mean, this is a 32-year-old newspaper reporter.
He committed something different. He's not just a journalist. I reiterate, he's a journalist who was secretly getting confidential information. Yes, it is different, but still,
I'm surprised the kid's still alive, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm. How do we know he is?
Oh, he's alive. They parade him out there and all this other shit. He's been there. But I'm surprised.
About other people who are essentially controlled by the U.S. authorities, wherever they are serving a sentence. There is an ongoing dialogue between the special services. This has to be resolved in a calm, responsible, and professional manner. They're keeping in touch, so let them do their work. I do not rule out that the person you refer to, Mr. Gershkovitz, may return to his motherland. By the end of the day, it does not make any sense to keep him in prison in Russia. We want the U.S. Special Services to think about how they can contribute to achieving the goals our special services are pursuing. We are ready to talk. Moreover, the talks are underway. And there have been many successful examples of these talks crowned with success. Probably this is going to be crowned with success as well. But we have to come to an agreement.
I hope you let him out. Mr. President, thank you.
I also want him to return to his homeland at last. I'm absolutely sincere. But let me say once again, the dialogue continues. The more public we render things of this nature, the more difficult it becomes to resolve them. Everything has to be done in calm manner.
I wonder if that's true with the war, though. Also, I mean, I guess I want to ask one more question, which is, and maybe you don't want to say so for strategic reasons, but are you worried that what's happening in Ukraine could lead to something much larger and much more horrible? And how motivated are you just to call the U.S. government and say, let's come to terms?
I already said that we did not refuse to talk. We're willing to negotiate. It is the Western side, and Ukraine is obviously a satellite state of the U.S. It is evident. I do not want you to take it as if I'm looking for a strong word or an insult, but we both understand what is happening. The financial support, $72 billion was provided. Germany ranks second.
That's a low number, bruh. We're doing 100 billion, 200 billion.
Yeah, I was like, I thought it was more than that.
You're low,
talking
bro.
about a single setting, maybe.
Then other European countries come. Dozens of billions of US dollars are going to Ukraine. There's a huge influx of weapons. In this case, you should tell the current Ukrainian leadership to stop and come to a negotiating table, rescind this absurd decree. We did not refuse.
Sure, but you already said it. I didn't think you meant it as an insult because you already said correctly, it's been reported that Ukraine was prevented from negotiating a peace settlement by the former British Prime Minister acting on behalf of the Biden administration. So, of course, they're a satellite. Big countries control small countries. That's not new. And that's why I asked about dealing directly with the Biden administration, which is making these decisions, not President Zelensky of Ukraine.
Good point.
Если администрация Зеленского на Украине отказалась от переговоров,
well, if the Zelensky administration in Ukraine refused to negotiate, I assume they did it under the instruction from Washington. If Washington believes it to be the wrong decision, let it abandon it. Let it find a delicate excuse so that no one is insulted. Let it come up with a way out. It was not us who made this decision. It was them. So let them go.
No, you made... You invaded Ukraine, bruh. I understand why you did it. I get it. Stop doing that, though. You did that shit, my guy. I agree. Like, we're not negotiating with them. We suck for that. But you're the one that initiated this particular situation, my guy.
On it. That is it. However, they made the wrong decision, and now we have to look for a way out of the situation to correct their mistakes. They did it, so let them correct it themselves. We support this.
So I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. I don't think that I am. I think you're saying you want a negotiated settlement to what's happening in Ukraine.
Right. And we made it. We prepared a huge document in Istanbul that was initialed by the head of the Ukrainian delegation. He affixed his signature to some of the provisions, not to all of it. He put his signature and then he himself said, We were ready to sign it, and the war would have been over long ago, 18 months ago. However,
That's real. They had it. In spite of Azov's threats and all the rest of it. They had it. And then Biden sent homeboy, or Obama, sent homeboy over there and told them to rescind it. I hear all the comments about Putin, poor Putin, blah, 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 blah. Can we please get over the boogeyman thing about Putin and think through logically what has happened? These dudes are fomenting a war and killing these people. How many people died since that couldn't be alive today if homeboy would have just stayed back at his house in the UK? Frustrates me, man. We continue.
Mr. Johnson came, talked us out of it, and we missed that chance. Well, you missed it, you made a mistake. Let them get back to that, that is all. Why do we have to bother ourselves and correct somebody else's mistakes? I know one can say it is our mistake. It was us who intensified the situation and decided to put an end to the war that started in 2014 in Donbass, as I have already said, by means of weapons. Let me get back to further in history. I already told you this.
Further in history. Here we
We
go.
were just discussing it. Let us go back to 1991, when we were promised that NATO would not expand, to 2008, when the doors to NATO opened to the declaration of state sovereignty of Ukraine, declaring Ukraine a neutral state. Let us go back to the fact that NATO and US military bases started to appear on the territory of Ukraine, creating threats to us. Let us go back to coup d'etat in Ukraine in 2014. It is pointless though, isn't it? We may go back and forth endlessly, but they stopped negotiations. Is it a mistake? Yes. Correct it. We are ready. What else is needed?
Do you think it's too humiliating at this point for NATO to accept Russian control of what was it?
Here we go. Fuck. What did I tell you about the ego, bruh? What did I tell you? That's half the reason why you guys, even though you're propagandized, you can't admit you were propagandized because it hurts your ego.
Yep.
That's why I try to say that shit as much as I possibly can, that after 9/11 I was propagandized by the government. It's okay. It's okay to admit that you've been propagandized. It doesn't make you dumb. Doesn't make you stupid. It happened. You've been propagandized. You got opinions about this dude that are unfounded and all the rest of it. They tried on multiple occasions to live in some sort of harmony with us, and we consistently shrug them off and do our best to try to isolate them and villainize them from the rest of the world, because he's the only head of state with the audacity, the unmitigated gall to call us on our bullshit. We continue.
Ago, Ukrainian territory.
Я же сказал.
I said, let them think how to do it with dignity. There are options if there is a will.
Варианты есть. Но если желание.
Up until now, there has been the uproar and screaming about inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia on the battlefield.
Стратегического поражения России, поражения.
Now they are apparently coming to realize that it is difficult to achieve, if possible at all. In my opinion, it is impossible by definition. It is never going to happen. It seems to me that now, those who are in power in the West have come to realize this as well. If so, if the realization has set in, they have to think what to do next. We are ready for this dialogue.
Would you be willing to say, congratulations, NATO, you won, and just keep the situation where it is now?
Ну, знаете, это предмет переговоров.
You know, it is a subject matter for the negotiations. No one is willing to conduct, or, to put it more accurately,
Точнее сказать, хотят.
they're willing, but do not know how to do it. I know they want to. It is not just I see it, but I know they do want it. But they're struggling to understand how to do it. They have driven the situation to the point where we are at. It is not us who have done that. It is our partners, opponents who have done that. Well, now let them think how to reverse the situation. We're not against it. It would be funny if it were not so sad.
Было бы смешно, если бы не было так грустно.
This endless mobilization in Ukraine, the hysteria, the domestic problems, sooner or later it will result in agreement.
Истерика, там, внутренние проблемы.
You know, this probably sounds strange given the current situation.
Все равно мы договоримся. И
But the relations between the two peoples will be rebuilt anyway.
в сегодняшней ситуации прозвучит.
It will take a lot of time, but they will heal.
Между народами восстановится. Потребуется много времени.
I'll give you very unusual examples.
Совсем приведу необычный пример.
There is a combat encounter on the battlefield. Here's a specific example. Ukrainian soldiers got encircled. This is an example from real life. Our soldiers were shouting to them, "There is no chance. Surrender yourselves. Come out and you will be alive."
Наши солдаты им кричат.
Suddenly, the Ukrainian soldiers were screaming from there in Russian, perfect Russian, saying, "Russians, do not surrender." And all of them perished.
И не сдаются.
They still identify themselves as Russian.
Wow.
Они до сих пор русскими себя ощущают. В этом смысле то, что
What is happening is, to a certain extent, an element of a civil war. Everyone in the West thinks that the Russian people have been split by hostilities forever.
растащили.
No, they will be reunited.
Нет,
The unity is still there.
воссоединение произойдет. Оно никуда не идет.
Why are the Ukrainian authorities dismantling the Ukrainian Orthodox Church?
Русскую православную церковь.
Because it brings together not only the territory,
Меняет не территорию.
it brings together our souls.
Yep, religious persecution. We covered that as well.
Yep.
And nobody cared about it because, you know.
No one will be able to separate the soul. Shall we end here, or is there anything else?
No, I think that's great. Спасибо. Thank you, Mr. President.
Boo! You should have gone back to those questions, Tucker.
Free speech.
All right, I'm gonna give this. I'm gonna grade this song. Now, usually when do me a favor, give me that phone back. Usually when I grade songs, it's 1 to 10. We're gonna go old school and literally go to school and grade it from A to F. What do you give this interview with Tucker? What's your reaction?
I'm different than you. I was looking for different things probably than you. I didn't get enough from this. I'm actually really disappointed in it, to be honest with you. I think mentally, there was a lot of hype for me about where Tucker was going to go with this, because he was like, we got to hear the other side. And it kind of seemed like it was secretive, and it was like, I'm going over there and he's going to do this. So I was like really expecting for him to really knock it out of the park and really press on some of these questions. And he didn't, from what I wanted. And maybe it's different when you're like sitting in the room with him.
Hold on, Doug, I don't know. We're at 4 hours, 7 minutes and 45 seconds. We listened to the entire thing from start to finish. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think look, this is my own assessment. When I saw Tucker in the room with him right at the beginning, Tucker looked nervous to me. And
This
like
is fine.
his like little breathing thing
That's
like that.
fine.
And I was like, okay, wait, is he gonna be able to get past that and like really knock on these questions? But it seemed like, we had so much discussion. I get bored easily when we're talking historical stuff. And, Putin went on and on and on for a while about stuff that wasn't really important to me. I kept thinking we were going to get something out of it. I didn't really get a lot out of this. I was pretty disappointed in this. I wanted to know, what is enough for you? That question was very important to me, and that never got addressed. Like, where's the line going to be drawn? I do think it was important to kind of see a little bit of like kind of Putin's affect and how he is, so I think that was important. I was kind of glad to see that stuff, but I'm probably going to go with I'll give him a C+.
Okay. I really like that, what Teza said. American civilians want peace. European civilians want peace. Russian civilians want peace.
Yeah.
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 100%.
Yeah.
Tucker being a little nervous at the beginning, dare I say frightened, that's okay. It's to be expected. I mean, at the end of the day, Vladimir Putin is a dictator, and he's authorized the deaths of a lot of people.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it's crazy for Tucker to come in with that kind of a posture.
I don't think it's crazy either. I just
the problem that I have, though,
wanted him to push.
The major, I guess it's like, dude, you're no longer tethered to Fox News.
Yeah.
You're no longer tethered to network TV. Elon was going to let it fly. Why don't, ask the real questions.
Yeah. That's what I really thought we were going to do.
Putin, there was a lot of concern about, the propaganda element and all the rest of it. And I was saying, like, Americans are smart enough. We can parse that shit out for ourselves. But he took up about 30 to 40 minutes going through the entire history of the Ukraine-Russia conflict. He tried to propagandize us by adding some sort of historical context to justify the invasion, but it was just buried in a word salad. I really think like that's just his particular personality. Like, in his mind, he really thinks that if we all understood this hundreds of years of history, in his mind, he really thought that was going to be influential about whatever. But yeah, man, that was the best question Tucker asked would have been, what? Yeah, I'd like to see Biden doing that. I wouldn't. I love my country, and I don't want to get worked on the national stage like that, bro. Joe, can you imagine Joe Biden doing an interview like this?
I'm not even gonna comment because I've said enough about Biden.
No, Doug, he said, I don't know if you remember this, but he asked him, he said, how much land would satisfy you?
Yeah.
And he completely dodged that question, and Tucker never circled around. Mm-hmm. I felt like Putin did actually a bad job as a propagandist. Mm-hmm. I didn't learn anything new. And I think the things that would be new to brainwashed Americans would be lost in the morass of your 30-minute soliloquy about the history of Ukraine. So I thought he definitely is intelligent. Definitely, like, I hope that, I understand why Biden's people would not let Biden talk to him. Good night. Yeah. Can you imagine?
Yeah, no. I just felt like I was sitting with great Uncle So-and-so that talks too much and says stuff that's not relevant to, like, I don't know. I felt like he should have stayed more on the topic, and
like I said, that's probably a personality quirk of his.
It could be, yeah, for sure.
I'm not.
But that's why Tucker was supposed to be, like somebody said, Tucker, take the reins. You're the interviewer. Take the friggin' reins.
Yes, yeah.
And he didn't. He just kind of let it keep sliding and let it keep going. And maybe it's to your point. Maybe it's because, like, he's sitting in face-to-face with a dictator and he's a little worried. I don't know.
He's a head of state, so you can't. Their relationship to the press, you got to understand culturally, their relationship to the press is different than America's relationship to the press, right? We've got free press and all that shit in our Constitution. Yep. So we are used to reporters just giving it to these political figures with all this power. Mm-hmm. But he's in Russia.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a journalist in jail.
Exactly. The journalist is obviously one of our assets. Come on. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Like, come on. Like, but I give the interview a D on Tucker's side. I understand, like, you cannot approach this as if he's a Western president. Like, there's got to be some deference. I understand that. I respect it. But I'm not a fan of him allowing the really salient, important questions. One of them wasn't asked. If you're so worried about Donbass and Lugansk, why did you invade from the north? Why are you still occupying northern territory? Talk to us about the Bucha situation. Carl brought that up. I believe the Bucha massacre was really more propaganda on the Ukrainian side, but it's still a conversation that he needed to have. And like, if you believe that Putin, then you should have had him say that on the public square. But there was like too much shit, like the denazification thing, where he just ate that and like just went along with it instead of saying, well, why weren't you saying that in all the previous years of the buildup? He never did that.
Mm-hmm.
He never talked about denazification. It's just like I said, when we invaded Iraq, it was WMDs. Then we couldn't find WMDs. It was about bringing democracy because these people are so oppressed, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
So there were a couple situations, man, where I'm like, dude, you could have got way more out of this guy. And even if he was going to bullshit, that question, how much land would satisfy you, is a really important question. And quite frankly, the fact that he would not answer that directly to me is very telling and also very concerning. Mm-hmm. We hung out in Afghanistan for 10 years after we killed Osama bin Laden. The Gazans are sitting on like $5 billion in crude natural gas or something under there. Like this shit right here is getting too crazy. Hey, click that thing. Let me see what Perk was saying. He's up there. There it is right there. Yeah. Just click on it. There you go. Perkinaw says, would have been a bigger win if he even lightly pressed Putin on certain things. Hugely disappointing. Yeah. I mean, halfway through the interview, you could see Putin's affect. And my thing was like, I will endure the 30 minutes soliloquy about Ukrainian history if I can ask you some real specific questions.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the C I'm giving him is just because I'm happy that Tucker even attempted it, because we haven't had any interviews by Putin. But, I mean,
I'll give him a D for his work. I'll give him a D. I thought, my thing is like, there's ways that powerful people can threaten you subtly. Mm-hmm. There's ways that they have of crossing the line. I remember one time somebody was saying something to John Gotti, like somebody was doing an interview, and he went like this. He's like, yo, chill out. Okay.
Okay.
Right? So, like, look, journalists die every year. It's a dangerous profession. If you're going to get on that plane, Tucker, you got to ask some questions, and you got to stick it to them, bro. Yeah. I'm not saying you got to, like, spike the football and all that shit, but there's some inconsistencies. Yeah. Okay, why are you in the north? Why are you still there? How much land would satisfy you? That was perfect.
Yeah. I was like, okay, when you brought that question
like
up.
Like those are questions like, that's what I need, right? I don't need him to like go crazy on him and treat it like an American interview, but you didn't need to treat it like that either. Tucker got an F. Yes, it was weak, bro. Yeah. It was weak. I respect his willingness to talk to dude. Yeah. But it definitely, like, there were a lot of people that are like, oh, Tucker, you know, he's got a crush on Putin and all the rest of it. It definitely looked that way for sure. It definitely looked like he was like fanboying out a little bit.
That's what I'm saying.
And like as an American, I know this is petty and ego, but that shit pisses me off as an American. Like, we're Americans, we don't bow to nobody. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, so.
Yeah.
Are you implying Ukrainian trans want war? What's a Ukrainian trans? I'm not sure what that is. I felt like he jumped the shark when Tucker suddenly brought up AI. Yeah, exactly.
What in the world? Yeah.
He brought up AI, and then he brought up if he thought like God was moving supernaturally in the world.
As a Christian, how can he justify what he's doing?
Like that, I thought that was a pertinent question.
Yeah, that's a good question for us, but I don't think that's a good question for everybody.
Well, it's a good question for him because he has promoted his Christianity as being part of his identity. But I thought, follow that up with, you guys are killing people unnecessarily. You know? So, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you say we have free press? Yeah, look. We don't have free press in the ultimate sense of the word, but I'll say it this way. We have the freest press in the world. I will say that. He gets an A for what he wanted out of the interview. Yeah, I mean, if that's what he wanted out of the interview, he got it. I don't think our dictatorial friend did very well either, to be honest with you, as far as like, I don't see anybody like changing their mind on this conflict based on this discussion.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, no. Hell no.
So.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. it's just it's hard to deal with, guys. Like when you have such an opportunity like that,
Yeah.
and then it's not there. So yeah, Putin basically came across as an atheist. Correct. He was kind of like, yeah, God really don't got nothing to do with that. Human history's been fluctuating like that since the beginning. Blah 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 blah. And I mean, but again, it's like the Christianity question would not be relevant to me unless it was connected to how do you justify the overreach of what you're doing, right? As in the Quran, it says Allah does not love those who exceed the limits.
Right.
So it's like, how do you deal with that aspect of it? And then you talk about the videos that had been released on Telegram that show Russian soldiers torturing Ukrainian soldiers, or reports of the sexual assault in certain villages from his folks. How do you justify that? Like, on the one hand, I can understand like an Augustan just war type theory, but how do you justify the exceeding of these limits of basic humanity?
Yeah.
And look, he can respond by saying, well, the Ukrainians tortured our soldiers. I've seen that too, Ukrainian. But as I've said, those are some horrible people that would do that on the Ukrainian side. But that does not justify Russians doing it. So I would want him to answer for those specific actions as well.
Yeah.
And like I said, if you're a politician, like, he's going to spin it, that's fine. But at least on the record, it was asked. And so, that would have been important. So I was just disappointed. It's a D for Tucker. And I give Putin a C minus. His propaganda game was just weak to me, guys. I don't know. John Sullivan gives it a C plus.
I don't feel like I gained anything really from this last 4 hours.
I'm sorry, but it's definitely not for Americans to blame Russia and Putin for the murders. If it were not for the supply of weapons. No, RG, we can walk and chew gun at the same time, right? Like, this is the same thing that happens with black people. They're like, yo, the CIA dropped guns off in the hood. I'm like, I know, bro. Trust me. I know. But the CIA didn't make you pull that trigger, my man.
Yeah, but
so magic. the CIA did not make those Russians commit those war crimes. Did not make those dudes sexually assault those women over there in Ukraine. So I'm the one that's saying we instigated this. We're ultimately responsible for this. But there are degrees of culpability. I would say we take the biggest slice of the pie. But this guy's got absolute control over his country. And he is biting off more than is warranted based on his own argumentation, which is why he brought up denazification, because Nazism is an idea. And so you can stay in Ukraine perpetually if you're going to knock out every last Nazi. That just gives you an excuse to just hang out there for as long as you freaking want. Yeah. And why Tucker couldn't see through. I mean, he kind of did, because he said, well, it's an ideology.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he said
but that. You got to say the next thing, which is, isn't this just you rhetorically justifying occupying this place indefinitely? And isn't the brutal way in which you've prosecuted this war, doesn't that comport to creating more Nazis than less? It's just like this Islamic stuff in Europe, like, I mean, in the Arab Peninsula. And we realize that we're creating more terrorists. Like, what do you think's going on right now? These poor Arab kids or Muslim kids watching what's going on with their Palestinian brothers and sisters in the faith. What do you think's going on there? You think that might radicalize some folks? Hey, Mr. Putin, when you're going into a country and you're doing it to defend the oppressed group, which is great, but you're hanging out in places where the oppressed group are not being oppressed, it looks like you're just trying to take these people's resources, bruh. Yep. And it looks like you want a perpetual green light to hang out there and take all their shit. That's what it looks like to me. I would have loved for Tucker to... There's an artful way to ask that question, and I'm sure Putin wouldn't have agreed. He would have threw some dust in the air, but it would have been clear that he was bullshitting. And then we would have been able to say, okay, he's got no answer for that. But that's not what happened.
Slot magic. Tucker couldn't ask whatever he wanted and have Putin stay in the chair for the interview. To be honest with you, I don't care. if he asked the questions like that we wanted him to ask and really pushed it, and Putin got out of the chair, I have no issue with
He
that.
would
I'd
never
be like,
get out.
okay,
He would
see
never
ya.
do that. He would never
Like
do
it
that.
would have told me
He would
something.
never do that. He would never, because that's a sign of weakness. These guys, I don't know how to say this, but the Russians.
No, he didn't, Ian.
Doug Johnson sent me a message. He sent me a video one time, and it was the Spetsnaz video. So Spetsnaz is Russian special forces, right? Like Navy SEAL shit. So you watching these Spetsnaz dudes swimming in 20-degree water for 20 minutes, you know, like fighting hypothermia. These motherfuckers running up hills and shit in bare feet, like they're real shit. They live fire, like they do this shit like crazy shit.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Holy shit.
So Doug sent me his video, and then he sends me some other video about like it was this U.S. soldier was a girl, and they gave her a emotional support pet to take with her when she got deployed. You got little American girl with a stuffed animal. Meanwhile, the Spetsnaz guy is running through fucking jungles with live fire and shit. He's like, yo, it's over with.
Y'all ever heard of rubber bullets?
It's over with. It's over with. Yeah, I agree. He would never get up and leave because of something Tucker said, because like they still have old school mentality about masculinity. If Mr. Putin felt really insulted by Tucker, I'm sure he would have done some like subliminal little John Gotti type threat. And obviously, feel how you want to feel about Putin, but he's incredibly intelligent. So he's got ways of threatening folks to let folks know that they're threatened without threatening them.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, my man Doug sent me that. I watched that thing, like I said, we are fucking doomed, bro.
We're finished.
We're doomed. I was talking to him about
support stuffy.
Yeah, that whole selection situation, didn't have water and shit.
Yeah.
I was talking about how like dude was like so horrible to me. He'd say, "Boy," he's calling me boy, all types of shit. But I promise you, he didn't have a racist bone in his body. The dude loved me. He loved me to death. But you know, it's just that was just his thing, you know. And you know, Doug has talked about it. He went through the same shit, different organizations, but basically, it's all the same. It's all the same at the end of the day when you're trying to get selected for these, you know, whatever. And like, yeah, man, he was horrible to me. He's horrible to me. But he made me like, he put me at the head of the class when we graduated.
He did.
Yeah, that was me. I'm going to tell you offline because I don't want people to think I'm a super anything. But I'm going to tell you offline. I set the record for something. So
really,
literally almost killed me, but I said,
"Oh yeah, I was."
So like, he was horrible. He was horrible. There were really austere conditions, man. People, you had to sign a waiver that your family was not going to sue if you died during selection. He got jabbed up with all types of shit. I'm like, wait a second, nobody's getting the ball. What are we doing? Shut up. Like, okay, but like, you're sending folks out to kill. Like, this is not, you know what I'm saying? So. I'm not worried about the Russian military. Like, I'm an arrogant American. Like, I'm sure we're going to be okay in the immediate, but I'm definitely worried about our country, like the future of our country, because if that's their leadership,
yeah.
And I swear to God, I'm not trying to disrespect Joe Biden, but if you can't match Putin at the intellectual level, then you just have to say, you know what, bro? You're a lot smarter than me, but I will fuck you up, though. Like, I will drop the bomb on your fucking head, bro. And that's Trump. Biden doesn't have that gear.
Nope.
Biden was out there a couple days ago talking about, the Gaza crisis is really terrible.
He talked about meeting
and then,
up with
and then,
that
and then he
person.
said, hold on, let me choose my words carefully, he said. I'm like, okay, so this is the best that he's going to give us because he's really thinking it through. He said, yeah, so the Israelis responded, and I think it was a little bit over the top. I said, what?
And then he talked about meeting up with that person that died forever ago.
Yeah, dude died. You should not speak evil of it. You should not speak evil of it.
We're not speaking evil of it. We're saying what happened.
Yeah.
And if I was Putin, then I wouldn't. It
explains why he hung out and he waited for all the Trump bullshit to pass. And when it was finally in that Biden was really the guy,
Yep.
That motherfucker cruised right in there. I'm sorry, if Trump was around, he wouldn't have done it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have. Because Trump will press the button.
Yep.
Trump's gonna be like, look, man,
Yeah.
I can't argue with you.
You know what, Kenneth? I think I'm going to change my score. I don't think I have to, I don't think I can give this interview a C+. I feel like I'm being way, way too generous.
It was a terrible interview.
Like, I'm not going to give it an F, but like, just like
I give it a D.
D.
You got to give him props for going over there. You got to give him his props for going over there. You got to give him his props for going over there, but wasted opportunity in my view. But you know, hey, at the end of the day, if Tucker finds a way to get that dude released, then great. But I mean, nobody believes that that kid is just a journalist.
I would have much rather seen Trump talking with him. I would have much rather.
He wouldn't allow that to be televised, though.
Right.
Because
Right.
Trump would just, you know, he's got a very fragile public image, Putin. And when I say fragile, what I mean is he can't show weakness at all. Biden can fall down the steps. He can fall off his bike. Trump can say all types of weird, ridiculous shit on Twitter. They can recover. Putin cannot.
Right.
He has got to curate his public image.
Yeah.
And so that's why when you get him in a situation like this, you can artfully find a way to get him to say the things that you need him to say.
Mm-hmm.
There was no verbal sparring whatsoever. To Applejack's point, there, you know, at some level, the media should always have a chip or a grudge against a leader. They should be disposed that way because that is their job. The entire point of the press. This used to happen when I was a kid. My little brother was a brat. And sometimes, like, I would just be, like, over the moon angry. And so I'd smack shit out of him. And you know what he would say? That kid would never knuckle up on me. But what he would say was, I'm telling mommy on you. And I don't know if you're from a black home or a Caribbean home, but when you hear those words, you start negotiating quickly. I say, hey, little nigga, what you want? I've got a candy bar. You got some candy bars. You know, I'll take the poison out. You'll be fine.
Oh, no.
I'm telling mommy on you. It's over with. That is a job of the media. I'm telling the people on you. That's the job. So you should always have a sort of grudge, a sort of hostile disposition toward government actors. Now, when I say hostile disposition, it does not mean that you emote hostility.
Right.
What it means is you should assume that this person is lying to you and doesn't want you to expose something.
Yeah.
Because that's your job as the press. It's not to sit there and smile and joke with them. Like, some of this shit is like, you know, I mean, let's think this through, dude. Like, you did not need to be all friendly with this dude like this, man. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I give him props for going over there. But
I bet
unfortunately
Tucker's
to me,
disappointed with it too.
it just appears to me like, you know, Tucker doesn't have the same reach as he used to have. You know, I thought when he went to X, he was gonna go crazy. I thought he was gonna like say all the shit he didn't want to say, and I thought he was gonna like ramp up the rhetoric. And I thought this one was like was gonna be a real flagship historical moment. Like, imagine sitting down. I'm not even gonna compare him to Hitler, but yeah. You know, great job going over there. Great job advocating for the life of that spy. Shout out to Coleman. Obviously, the guy was a spy. Come on. Shout out to all those things, but I mean, shout out to Tucker Carlson. I'm just disappointed. I mean, unfortunately, my cynical liberal friends, I fear, were one of them said, "Man, this is nothing but just advertisement for Tucker and a way for him to make money and all the rest of it." And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, we just spent all
I
that
think
time watching it.
yeah, and they spent a lot of time like taking it down from everybody's YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Like they deployed their foot soldiers to go after anybody and take the shit down in process. It happened to us once. That's why we had to
Yeah.
go from video to audio. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just to me, it's like this amazing once in a lifetime opportunity. And like as an American, like everybody on the planet is gonna watch this shit. And I would have loved like a person who's like supposedly the embodiment of the common man in America, like
Yeah.
really not give it to him, not go crazy, but take a adversarial position to this guy. Putin set his side for the first time to the masses. Mission accomplished. Yeah, Doug, I think it's mission accomplished for you, but you didn't learn anything, bro. We all knew about this shit already. So, I mean, and like I said, the 30-minute history lesson at the beginning, I think really hurt his propaganda effort because
God.
I'm sorry, man. Americans invented Twitter. 120 characters. Like Americans go crazy. Like if I put in that website and that shit doesn't appear on my screen in 2 seconds, I'm like, what the fuck? I need another phone. Like,
I'm not joking. I got about 15 or 20 minutes into that, and I was like, I need some friggin' black tea to wake me up, get me some candy, all these different things. Like that's why I started munching and drinking. It was just too much. It was really boring. And it just didn't. It was just. It was boredom mixed with disappointment, and it was like, okay, are we gonna go somewhere? I mean, Tucker, start asking some friggin' questions.
And then he asked. No, I agree, Doug. Like you got to give him his props. It's never been done before. Like it's historical. It's historical. It's just as an American man, I'd love to see more of that. But yeah. Perk's right, man. I don't know. I thought we were gonna see some investigative journalism.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna go after the Republicans. I thought he was gonna go after Fox. Thought he was gonna spill some tea about that.
Yeah.
I give him his props for going there, but it's just a wasted opportunity. I think as an American, I also think it was a wasted opportunity for Putin to get people on his side.
Yeah.
I think going through that first 30 minutes was a giant mistake. He should have started the timeline at 1991 when like at least we were born, and then. Seriously, who cares about what happened in the medieval period?
But the thing is, he's that old, so it's important. It's relevant to him.
We're talking about the medieval period, though.
Yeah,
he's not fucking 600-700 years old.
I'm sorry, I thought that you were being facetious when you said that.
Nah, like he's talking about the 1500s. That's toward the end, but it's still a medieval period. Like,
right.
Like, who cares?
Not I.
Like, nobody cares about that shit.
Yeah.
He wasted a lot of time on that dumbness. You wanted to hear about stolen elections and biolabs in Ukraine. Agreed. I don't know about stolen elections. I mean, I agree. I'm sure there were biolabs.
Well, no, I did. I wanted to hear what he had to say about that because he was getting blamed for our elections and all that. The Russians, Putin, blah blah blah. Like I would have been good with some of that conversation, sure, and I would have been good with some of the biolab conversation too. But all of that history, like I was like, is there anything?
Yeah.
Is there anything here we can use?
Yeah, you had the biolab thing, man. Play that shit the fuck up.
Yeah, something.
Especially after COVID and the lab leak thing. Like
there was a bunch of things that we could have talked about, but
more sensationalism, dramatic music, and edit out the breath pauses. No,
yeah, but he said he wasn't going to do any editing. We were going to get it straight.
I don't care about like the hocus pocus. What I care about is there's some real questions that I want answered. Like, why did you come in from the north? Why are you killing all these people? How do you correct your soldiers who've been on tape on Telegram, torturing people to death, sexually assaulting people? What's going on there? Like, the mercenary that he killed on the plane, the guy that the Wagner Group guy, he assassinated the dude because the dude basically said, "Look, we're out of this war. We're not fighting anymore," which obviously is treason. And then Putin had his plane mysteriously crashed. See what I'm saying? Like. And I understand, like, you're at war and one of your main leaders, like, betrays you. Like, yeah, you got to go, bro. Mm-hmm. But, like, talk about it.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
Later, Dean. If you don't understand the past, you're not going to understand the present. Agree. But did we have to go to the 15th century first?
The thing is...
We could start at 1991. Go ahead.
I feel like I represent the common man more than you do. And, like, I don't think that gave us a whole lot of understanding. It was just too much. Like, give us some of the friggin' highlights. Like, we don't need all of that. And going back so far.
Perk. We definitely needed that gripping history lesson
Yeah.
about European borders in the 17th century for 34 minutes. Fine, talk about the shit.
Boo!
Fine. But 34 minutes?
It's just too much.
By the time he got to 1991, it was like 30 minutes in this bitch. So what I'm saying is the things that happened in the 90s on down were enough to say, I completely understand why you did what you did, bruh, initially. Completely. That's what swayed me.
Yeah.
When I saw Hirschmeyer and all these other people who were experts in the region consistently talking about NATO expansion, all the rest of it, that was it for me. I didn't need to hear about nothing in the 17th century, none of that shit. Yeah, we get the 17th century history lessons and blame games all the time around here. Yeah, I mean, Doug, what I'm saying is I'm actually disappointed in Putin because I wanted him to spend the majority of his time on those justifications for the invasion because I do not think Americans truly understand how fucked up we are. He did bring up the fact, though. I think the highlight for me was Zelensky was ready to sign, he was ready to sign, and then he let it out the bag. We sent that dude over there, and he stopped peace. You know, the Bible says there's 6 things to the Lord that are abominations, 7 he hates. And one of them is those who sow discord among brothers.
That's right. Yeah.
And these two people are brothers, like legit brothers. It's like Chicago.
Yeah.
Every time niggas shoot each other, they're shooting their cousin.
Yeah. Oh, God.
So it's like,
yeah.
You know, that's the tragedy with Chicago is that some level all these kids are related to each other.
Yeah.
That's the tragedy. And that aspect wasn't brought up either. But like, yeah, man, I'm sorry, bro. Like, I understand Ukrainians are horrible on the military side, but you got folks that killed a bunch of people. You got folks. We got you on camera laughing and shit while you're touring. I'm not going to get into it, but it was some pretty gnarly stuff. And I understand, man. You let loose the dogs of war, blah, blah, blah. But there's got to be some accountability. You at least have to answer for it.
Yeah.
You have to answer for it.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like doing an interview with George Bush at the height of the Iraq War and not talking about Abu Ghraib, you know, that prison where we were torturing all them folks. Like, you got to talk about it.
Yeah.
Whether or not you directed people that represent your military are on camera doing this horrible shit. I want that discussed.
Yeah.
I also, now all of you right now who are like, yeah, stop it. Get me the link that shows any U.S. reporter and all this fawning over Zelensky. Get me the link where Zelensky is confronted. Why is your country infested with Nazis at the highest level? What are you doing about that?
Yeah.
How the fuck what is going on with your country where they made Stefan Bandera a hero of Ukraine? Why are you naming streets after this guy who massacred all these beautiful Jewish people? Like, have you ever heard those questions relative to Mr. Zelensky? Okay, then. So please miss me with the criticisms of Tucker and all the rest of it. At least Tucker asked some questions. But yeah, man, I was a little bit disappointed. I went another $5 million to send over there while we get invaded here at home. I'm not a real fan of the term invaded when you're talking about immigrants. But these people want hundreds of billions of dollars from us. Okay? And the Bible says we're supposed to love everybody. But the scripture also talks about having a particular love for your kinsmen according to the flesh. Look at Romans chapter 9. So I have a particular love for American people. I love the world, but I particularly love American people more than the rest of the world. Okay? So I don't want that 95. If I'm going to pay taxes, if the government is going to take money out of my wallet or out of the mouth of my children, you know what I want it to go to? I want it to go to another American. I want it to go to an American who needs some health care.
Yeah.
I want it to go to an American who needs some food.
Yeah.
Maybe a school can get some new books, maybe.
Yeah.
That's where I'd want the $95 fucking billion to go to. What I would want it to go to is them folks. But the fact of the matter is, dear listener, I know exactly what happened, and so do you. Bohr showed up and said, "Hey, don't sign the document." And he said, "Well, shit. If that's going to be the case, you need to give us you need to keep giving us more money. Then, if you want us to keep doing this shit, then you're going to have to fit the bill." So now, when they're asking questions, it's like, "Hey, we had an agreement. How much you want to bet that's what happened? How much you want to bet that's what happened?" All right. Let me see. The mainstream media was all about Ukraine being filled with Nazis. Randy. Randy. Okay, so when I first got into this shit, I had no idea. So I was like, Slava Ukraine, all this dumb shit. And my man hit me up in the messages. He's like, "Yo, Vin, like, I'm not trying to disrespect you, but like that's like a Nazi salute, bro. Like, what are you doing?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" "No, it means you support Ukraine." It's like, "Nah, bro." So he sent me a link. I was like, "Holy shit." Then I started looking around. I'm like, holy shit. Then I saw like a Vice article, the neo-Nazis of Ukraine. It was like a 2019 article or whatever, and showed all that. I was like, "Holy shit, these niggas." I was like, "Ah, fuck that Ukraine shit, bro."
Oh man.
But like, yeah, dude, that shit is incredible. Look. I want to see the Zelensky interview. I want to see the Zelensky interview next, bro. I want to see the Zelensky interview next. But shout out to all you beautiful people. Much love to all you beautiful people. Yeah, that would be 250 billion now, and homelessness with 20. I think you're low. I'm pretty sure it's about 400 or 500 billion since 2 years ago, bro. Honestly, I'm not lying to you. Just last week, 40 bill to Ukrainians. Yeah. I wrote that song a year ago.
Yeah, longer.
And we had like 2 or 3 other major packages to these fucking people. I don't even think
Sunny was born.
Somebody said comedy stream. Did what's his face show? Where's my thing?
Last I looked.
Because seriously, if this guy shows up, we will do another stream. It'll be a comedy stream though. He didn't show up though. Maybe tomorrow, inshallah. Yeah, man. Yeah. Much love to everybody. Yeah, I would probably give it an F, just like Applejack, if I wasn't giving him his props for at least getting. And he fought to try to get the kid back home.
Yeah,
the agency operative, the operative. So I'll give him that. I'll give him that, but that shit was weak to me, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Ridiculous.
Will Zelensky just keep postponing elections? I know, like that dude. He does all this fascist, crazy bullshit, and liberals are just like, hey, let's just pay no attention to the fascists in the room over there. Hey, Applejack is like sticking with it. He's doing the Chris Broussard thing.
Bro,
it's an F game.
With the interview.
It's an F- in this bitch. Oh man. Hey, a D is high marks in 2024. Man. Hell yeah. They'll probably tell you, don't worry about that, little Sammy. D stands for delightful. Oh my gosh. Hey Vin, can you check your text from me? I got 7. I got Applejack. I got De Herrera. Oh, is that you talking about the Book of Lamentations? I'll hit you back up. It's crazy to just believe the guy that's begging us for billions of dollars in military equipment while not even talking to the other side. Yeah, no,
that's
literally.
What we're saying. That's what we're
literally,
saying.
It's crazy. Yeah, Can you imagine, dear listeners, somebody roll up on you and say, "Hey, I need you to clear out your entire checking and savings account for him. I need $500,000. I need you to clear out your entire bank account." You'd be like, "What the fuck?
Yeah.
For what, Nick? What are we doing?"
Yeah, exactly.
This shit is incredible. Nah, he's right. He's right about that shit. Look, man, we love you all. Love your neighbor.
Take care of each other.
Take care of each other.